What up? How are you guys? How's it going? Ooh, it's going good for me. Hello, hello, hello. Let me turn that shit down. How's the volume? How's the volume? We good? I think. I like the message of don't actually ignore this one. Well, I was testing. I was testing. What up, Weasley? Mike's a little low? See if I can fix that. All right, I'm gonna I turned up my mic a tad, and I turned down the background music a tad, so that you guys can turn it up on your end as well. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. So many changes. Most of which you guys will not see. But there have been quite a few. Some physical changes, like green screen's gone. But mostly behind the scenes sort of changes. So I switched off of one of my broadcasting softwares, off of Slobs onto OBS, or back onto OBS, I should say. Because the things that I originally went over to Slobs for were really no longer applicable. I've made a lot of headway on getting a good... Whoa, what the fuck? On getting a good bot set up for, like, instead of Nightbot or MooBot, a bot that does both YouTube and Twitch. because that was a big problem with the current bots, is that they were kind of separated on the Twitch and YouTube end. So I found one that does both. That one also happens to do not voice chat, text-to-speech. It also does basically like crowd control. So like you guys can send in a command and it'll like do a hotkey on my end. Downside is it's a lot of like technical like management and setup, but I can absolutely make it work. The wall panels are on the right and not the left. How dare? Have they always been on the left for you? Has your ship been flipped? Has my ship been flipped? Oh wait. Okay. Wait. Now I will say, with, everything going pretty well, there might also be OBS flops the image. Interesting. There might be some minor technical issues, but I also got my ISP changed. Hooray. Getting faster speeds for less money, and customer service is way better at my new ISP. Like leaps and bounds better. So overall, I'm feeling very good, very optimistic. Also, I asked about music. I think for now, I've tested all of the BG3 OST, and I've tested Heartbound OST. I am just going to stick with those for now. I'm going to put together some other playlists slowly, but for now, just to like not fucking rock the shit, especially as we get close to that 1,000 sub mark, I'm just gonna stick with the BG3 and Heartbound OSTs. You won't get me. I'm gonna ignore this stream. I'm not an April Fool's guy. I'm not a surprises guy in general. I don't really like surprises. And I feel like that's like the core of April Fool's shit, is it's like, ha ha ha, I surprised you, I tricked you. And I feel like the best version of a trick is like a surprise in disguise, and it's like positive. And the worst version of a trick is really shitty, and I really don't like. So it's like, in terms of like April Fool's like tricks, I don't like both versions. I don't like the worst version or the best version. So I'm just not about it. No! I fucking got out my shit. Also, I need to, I also got I didn't get a new monitor, but I hooked up an old monitor in a new way. So now I have another monitor. I have a lot more monitor space to like do all of the setup with. It's all great. It's my older sister's birthday. Well, that's cool. I mean, I'm sure that you have a lot of like fun family traditions around that. But I don't have a sister, so I can't fucking relate. Well, I guess I have two stepsisters, but I never lived with them. So they're more like cousins in my head, you know? Because my dad and stepmom got married when I was like in college. So I never lived with my stepfamily. They're all really cool. I like them all a lot. But they're, yeah, more like cousins or like aunts, uncle type of vibe in my head. Sometimes, other times you get Lockpicking Lawyer April Fool's videos, which are excellent. That's true. I do like Lockpicking Lawyer. I have 6 sisters. Holy shit. That's a big ass family. I do not. I am an only child. I guess biologically at least. So no, I do not have that shit. Oh wait, I gotta run one snooze on that. There we go. That's about well timed. Okay, yeah, so ads should run about on the hour. And 2 brothers? Oh my god. That's crazy. I did go to school with some folks that had like super super big families. I did not. But okay, also in terms of schedule this week, I almost have Daggerheart nailed down. We're like one yes away. And that person has not said no. They just haven't responded yet. So we almost have Daggerheart nailed down. Also, I think I said at one point that Mike was going to be a player. Y'all have seen the announcement. Mike's not going to be a player. Mans does not have time right now. But this is exactly why I literally said it to him. I was like, because he told me before he announced it, and he was like, hey, I'm not going to be able to play, but don't tell anyone yet. And I was like, okay, cool. And I literally said, I was like, this is why I haven't announced the other players yet, is because something totally unexpected can happen. And especially if that person doesn't want to talk about it yet. Like, they're waiting to make the announcement. I don't want them to like feel like they have been like pressured to talk about it. So that's why I'm not talking about the other players yet, because I don't want to accidentally say that they're playing and then they can't. Super Geek Tyke might take priority a bit. Super Geek Tyke takes massive priority. So yeah, but we're almost there. And I have some other plans as well for like future stuff, but I don't want to announce it yet. Was the announcement? He had a baby. Or I guess his wife had the baby. He was there. But his family had their child. So yeah. Very, very, very exciting. So yeah, Daggerheart, I am 90% positive will happen this week. Maybe, I guess since I haven't named the players, it's okay. I think we're gonna do it on Wednesday. I think. Again, I haven't gotten like full confirmation on that, but obviously that's Critical Role Day. So I think basically what's gonna go down is we're gonna finish 63 today, or not 63, 43 today, and then next week we will start the brand new fun schedule of Mondays and Wednesdays, full episodes, straight up. And then what I think I'm gonna do from now on is basically just have it where Mondays and Wednesdays, the full episode days, are just going to be the numbered episodes. So if it has like fucking like bar episode number, those are the episodes that are going to happen on Mondays and Wednesdays. Now, if I ever have to cancel or shorten like I did last Wednesday, we're not going to do half eps anymore. Just never again. No half eps. Instead, we're going to do, those will be the days where we do like bonus episode type stuff, like the Battle Royale or the Q&A, that sort of stuff. So if I have to shorten a stream, that's where we'll slot in the bonus content. On top of that, I also was thinking about a lot, especially in reference to, so no Ep Friday. Maybe this Friday. But TBD on that. Just because we're so behind on schedule, maybe Ep this Friday, but I would say probably not, but maybe. And so yeah, that one of the things that the more I thought about it, especially with the full eps and the half eps, and especially with my thought process and my takeaway from this, so much of my takeaway on this, I feel like, honestly, will change as the episode goes on. Like, I think that there's something interesting about, giving a takeaway, like, halfway through an episode. But I also think it sometimes gets us into this weird rabbit hole of like imaginary lessons, because I like you guys know what happens the rest of the episode. So you're constantly having to play this game of like make believe, which you have to do on, you guys know the whole plot of the entire campaign, but there's an extra layer of make believe where, like, if I say, like, this is my takeaway from the first half, and then that takeaway is going to immediately change after the break, and that the people watching it and the players, like, after the session, that's not going to be their takeaway. I think that's a weird, like, mental game there. So I think that this will make it more natural of, like, I'm giving my takeaway at the end of the episode. Like, that's when players would go home. That's when the audience stops watching. I think it'll be much more natural and, like, applicable takeaways, There can be a lot of waiting for the thing that happens that changes things. Yeah, exactly. And I think that can distract from the point I'm making, where I think it like lessens the validity of the point, because you guys are like, well, that would be applicable if blah, 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 blah. And he just doesn't know, and et cetera, et cetera. And I think if I still had that takeaway at the end of the episode, even after seeing the thing that, changed it, then I think that would then solidify that opinion even more. And that way I don't have like a weird break. I gotta review the product as a whole. Yeah, I think there's something. I do think that there's an interesting aspect to reviewing it halfway through, and maybe I'll even do like a short, like little off the cuff, like during their break, I'll do like this is what I'm thinking so far, but won't do like a full like takeaway sort of thing. Speaking of last half. Okay. I wrote paragraphs about this. Because my opinion, the more I thought about it, the more my opinion evolved and changed. Stuff that I thought I liked, I decided I didn't, and then I went back on that and decided I liked it again. I was all over the place. And so I tried legitimately to make this as concise as I could. It is still like 3,000 characters. It's still like a little miniature essay. But I think that's just how it's going to have to be. Also, slight revamp to the watch scene. Slight revamp, like mini. I also got a better I just was pointing to the physical thing. Where? What? No. Oh, there it is. I got a slightly better software than Whiteboard. This is a software called Concepts. We're going to be testing it out, seeing how it goes. But so far, I like it. So, takeaway. Oh, comment highlight first. Comment highlight. Who is this from? Wait. For some reason, I have the comment, but I don't have who it was from. Hold. Pause. I didn't respond to them, so I know they're going to be pretty close to the top. Did they delete it? Oh, no. It's from Fanlair. So, Fanlair said... So there was a couple of things, but the thing that I wanted to highlight is that they were saying, I like low-stakes roleplay as much as I like high-stakes plot progression, so this episode first half felt perfectly in line for me. I don't consider any of it bad, only down to preference. And that was something that made me think, because traditionally, I don't mind low-stakes roleplay. Like, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, well, I mean, I haven't like really had a problem with most of their like bar scenes. Like, this was actually like the first bar scene that I could remember that I had like a big problem with. And I was kind of like, well, why the fuck is that? And so that made me like really self-reflect on like, well, why didn't I like it? And there were a couple of things that I honed in on that I actively said, and it's like, okay, maybe I was hitting on a different thing than I thought I was hitting on, But I'll read my takeaway, because that was the comment where I was like, ooh, maybe I don't feel the way I honestly thought I felt about this. So, like I said, I've written paragraphs about this. But obligatory hedge, all of this is my opinion and how I personally interpreted or felt during this episode. And the reason I hedge like that is because and I'll say, Albie, it's not just about whether or not I thought it was bad, but why, because I think that the things that I said during the last stream weren't entirely accurate. I don't think I was like focusing in on the right things for why I personally didn't like it. And I think I got there. We'll see. But the reason I hedge, like, my opinion, how I felt, is because I think that there's a very not easy way, but like there's a very, I think, common thing to do of look at the players, they're having so much fun. And I have to, when I'm like doing these analyses, I have to like discard that as a point of evidence of like, look at how much fun they're having, because there are so many incentives for them to look like they're having fun. And that's not to say that they aren't at any given point. It's just that I can't use it as like a basis for analysis, because there are so many incentives and they're good actors. Like, I think that they're really good actors and that they could make it look like they were having fun even when they weren't. So I can't like use that as a point of evidence. So I can only go off of what I interpret if I put myself in their shoes, how I think I would feel and how I felt watching it. So I said in the Discord that I was bored by the episode, which I was. And I think that the big thing that instilled my boredom at the core was that the actions taken felt at odds with previous episodes. Like, the invasion of Iman is textbook show don't tell. Like, the dragons decimate Iman. Like, we have been not led to believe, we have been shown that, like, the council is very powerful, and, like, Allura is very powerful, and the dragons just blow through there with little to no resistance. And then Vox Machina, arguably the most powerful members of the council, fight a fourth of the dragons, a fourth of the Chroma Conclave, and get their asses handed to them. And then, after that, we're informed of the fall of Westrun. A bit tell-y on, like, the show don't tell spectrum, but I consider it a continuation. It is showing that the thing that we were just shown is continuing on into the distance. It is qualifying what we were just shown. And qualifying that this threat is worldwide. Or at least continent-wide. But then we are confirmed later that it is worldwide with the fall of Draconia. So it's all qualifying this threat. This insane display of power and how threatening that is. They are then told, very directly, that they will not be able to handle this on their own at their current strength. Again, driving home the scale of the threat. This way that everything was displayed and handled, this felt like a world threat to me. I think that's fair. Like, and that's I think appropriate. Like a level 13 party should not be able to take on a world threat on their own, but telling them, hey, you need allies, you need this MacGuffin, that's fairly appropriate for a level 13 party. So we've established the threat. From that point on, I think that the threat was progressively de-escalated. Thordak is just chilling on the couch watching TV. His police are total pushovers. Singorn, Whitestone, the Arashari, Vasselheim, all shown to be totally fine. Not only that, Vasselheim is distinctly defined as a safe harbor within the incoming apocalypse that will not be touched. Not a bad thing. None of this is bad. But it is a de-escalation. So we had this threat escalated way up, and then it's like, okay, maybe not. And that means that I think there's a bit of a dissonance, right? Like, none of it is bad on its own, but I think in context, I don't think it's great. Because the Chroma Conclave is simultaneously shown to be an immense threat. It is shown that they are beaten down during the not Thordak, Vorugal fight. They're beaten down. They're, like, we talked about, like, the hopeless feeling, right? Of, like, nothing can be done. Like, they are shown to be this immense threat, but also the party and their allies after the Vorugal fight are under basically no threat, like, the entire time. And, like, they don't have to, like, really deal with the effects of the CC, of the Chroma Conclave, if they don't want to. Like, if they want to hang out in Amon, they have to deal with it, or they can just leave. And there's really nothing that stops them from leaving. This Chroma Conclave ranges the entire world. But of the places that we've heard about and been shown, more of them than not are safe. The only other place that we have visited, or that the party has visited, is Westrun, that actually, like, has issues. Everywhere else, totally fine. Most of them aren't even aware of the threat. But I will say, going into this episode, I am still under the feeling, which I think Matt tried to instill purposefully, that things are going to get worse the longer that VM waits around and takes to deal with things. I think that's, like, a fair assessment of, like, Amon falls, Westrun falls. Then we show all of these safe places. So we're all safe, all good, except for the Pyra. But that's more, I think, about the elemental plane of fire and the rift. And Matt actually very specifically says, like, oh, some of them might have survived. Like, we don't actually, like, it's kind of iffy if it's actually destroyed or not. But the so the after Westrun and Pyra, we are just shown places that are safe, and then we get to Vasselheim, and he talks about Draconia. Again, in my mind, it is the longer you take to do this, the more places will die, the more places will fall. That is what that Draconia edition says to me, is look at all of these places that have not been touched, but progressively more and more places are going to fall. And all of that, I think, wraps around to why I got bored, is because I felt like what was happening wasn't really real to me. Because this escalation, the longer you take, the worse everything's going to get, is really, I think, conflicted with the incredibly relaxed and chill atmosphere in Vasselheim. Like, even within apocalypse stories that have safe harbors, where everyone inside the walls is safe, they are normally not so chill and, like, laissez-faire about this. Especially in a very high magic setting where, like, instantaneous information transit is relatively common. You know, maybe not for, like, common folks, but for the heads of guilds, pretty common. I mean, instantaneous transport is fairly common. And then we also have Vasselheim, which is, like, the city of the gods. None of the gods have, like, communicated this down, which is one of the things where, like, I say that might be a plot point later on in the episode of, like, maybe Earthbreaker Groon knows about what's going on out there. But I would still say that the immensely chill atmosphere, I still think is at odds with the escalating threat that we have been shown. Like, we have been, like we talked about, like, getting beaten down, feeling hopeless, whatever. This, to me, feels like they just went and, like, failed a mission, which they did, but it feels like, they're just done witnessing the bad thing, They're it's not that the bad thing is still out there, because the area is so chill. And I kept referring to it like as like a podcast feeling, or like, whose line is it anyways? And at first I thought I was thinking of that because of the tone. But the more I think about it, the more I determined that it was actually because, in my opinion, it felt so divorced from the feelings that I had been feeling in previous episodes. And I think that there's a difference between, like, a de-stress and something that feels unrealistic, given what has just happened. And, like, you sort of see, like, Vex, like, kind of try to bring it up. And I actually think I talked about how, like, this feels like a Vasselheim problem, right? Because and I was like, and I couldn't quite pin down why I thought it was a Vasselheim problem. And I think it's legitimately because the last time that I felt like this, where I felt like the tone was so divorced from what we had seen before, was during the one-shots in Vasselheim, where it didn't really feel like much mattered, like that much was like actually going to impact the story at large, right? And like, I'm down again with low stakes roleplay, with chill moments, with de-stressors. Again, I loved Winter's Crest at Whitestone. I didn't mind the bar scene when they were in Amon, but this felt like they were just like in a pocket dimension. And I think that's the thing that I didn't like. Now, that is not necessarily like something that I don't think is like applicable at any table. But that is my overall, I trying to pin down the thing that I really didn't like about it. To me, it felt like it was almost in like, again, like a pocket dimension. Like anything that they did and that was coupled with they weren't actually doing all that much. So it was like, not only did the tone feel like off to me, and it felt like kind of like divorced from the last like 3 episodes, but also they weren't doing anything. So it wasn't even like a fun little bottle. I don't know. But I think that's my overall take. Like I said, I didn't want to go on and on and on about it, but we're about to hit ads. We got like 2 minutes. So I'll read through this and then we'll start the episode when I come back. Can we increase the size of chat? Can do. Maybe. I'll have to see. You think the Platinum Dragon would be concerned? A bit, right? It's interesting because Vasselheim's distinguishing characteristic is that it doesn't feel threatened by most things. I think you can have an heir. Like, people probably have family in Tal'Dorei. Or, like, even if you're not... Like, Vasselheim is not on another plane of existence. It's not even in the Underdark. Like, I feel like their level of, like, disassociation and, like, lack of care is equivalent to, like, talking to, like, a Myconid sovereign in the Underdark and then being like, what do the trials of the surface have to do with us? Like, but, like, the people in Vasselheim have, like, business partners in Tal'Dorei and Wildmount. They have probably family, maybe friends. Like, they're not that separate from the rest of the world, even if they're safe. I think that's one of the big things that really felt odd about it to me. So the episode is okay, but the episode as part of the campaign is flawed. In my opinion, yeah. Because, like, someone talked about, like, that they thought that my problem with it was that it wasn't a one-shot, which isn't untrue, but it's more that if you're going to have this sort of pocket reality, like, separation, I think a lot of shit should happen. Which is very one-shot-esque, In a TV show, the contrast between this city is calm and chill while our heroes are frantic and panic could work very well, but here it brings the tempo down. I mean, So I actually have something to say about that, but fuck, ads are about to start. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to talk through the ads. I'm very sorry, Twitch viewers. If you want to see through it, either Prime sub, potentially, or check it out on YouTube. I think what you're kind of talking about is kind of like there is no war in Ba Sing Se, right? Like, that aspect of like the heroes, I mean, spoilers for a show that came out in like 2005. But if you're when our heroes in Avatar get to Ba Sing Se, the entire city is very chill. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. But our heroes are panicked about it. The Vox Machina heroes really aren't that panicked about it. They're acting pretty chill. And also, it is an active plot point that everyone is so chilled out. Like, it is a very active plot. I mean, it is like a whole arc of like they are suppressing information, which is why everyone is so chill. So I do think it like that this sort of atmosphere, which is also one of the things that got me thinking about like the full episode feel of like maybe Matt will introduce something along those lines that might change my opinion. You know? Fun little shopping montage instead of a deliberate tonal dissonance. I mean, it depends on how long it goes on. You know what I'm saying? It depends on how long it goes on. And to like some amount of like Matt's I think like Matt and the players like kind of share responsibility for this of like the players are actively ignoring what's going on. But Matt is also like very easily letting them ignore it. So I think they really share that responsibility. I think this tends to make them feel better than other big cities. Sure, yeah, absolutely. Slightly extrapolating too much. The people of Vasselheim you're referring to is basically just Vanessa and Osissa. And the dude that Grog talked to. And the merchant. And Victor. Which, I mean, Victor makes sense. I think it would actually be dope if Victor was, like, so unaware while everyone else is panicking. But everyone at the bar, like... If there was someone that was feeling stressed out about this, I think Matt should have narrated it at some point. Like, it doesn't have to be like a in discussion thing, but some amount of narration I think would because I can only work with what I'm shown, you know. What up, Ved? How you doing? They have purposely been denied information. Yeah, absolutely, Albie. Yeah. The Fire Nation's army was literally at the walls of Ba Sing Se, but the dragons aren't attacking Vasselheim at the moment. Yes, but again, like I think that's why I, was specific about like I think that previously this has been defined as a world threat, and yes, Vasselheim again very much established as a safe harbor. But I still think that there should be some level of stress of like we're safe, but the rest of the world isn't. You know, could be a last taste of good times kind of thing. It could be, which is why I go back to I think it's probably good for me to do full episodes now, because if this entire episode is what I have seen in the first half, that's going on too long. And I think that the bar scene, for me, is what stretched it out of reality. Like, I did not mind the interaction with the merchant at all. I didn't mind the interaction with Victor, although we were approaching. But then the bar scene was just... that's what stretched it out of reality for me. But also, other people are going to have different tolerances to that sort of thing. It's interesting the city's attitude rubs off on the players. Yeah, absolutely. The tone of the city is always going to rub off on the players. Matt not narrating any stress from the people in Vasselheim directly is a show don't tell on how Vasselheim feels about the issues, given their history. Yeah. I I totally agree. The fact that Vasselheim feels that way, I think, is weird. And if it's meant to be weird, then maybe a little bit more attention drawn to it. But, like, I might just think it's weird. Like, again, if the city of Vasselheim is so isolated that they don't give a shit about the entire rest of the world dying, I think that's maybe just odd world building to me. Of, like, even if they are safe. Like I know it's like cradle of civilization. They survived the penance. You know, they're the restart point. They are so safe. But it feels odd to me that they really just don't give a shit about the entire rest of the world. Because those are like other people, you know? It'd be like in Pandemic, like, you know, in Pandemic when you destroy the rest of the world, but fucking Madagascar survives because it shut off its port. And so you kill the entire world in Pandemic except for Madagascar. Like, it'd be weird if Madagascar was just like, don't want whatever. Like, who cares? If the citizens of Madagascar were just like, fuck it. Like, who gives a shit about the rest of the world? Yeah, in Plague Inc., exactly. If the Madagascarians were just like, they deserve it for not being on an island. That's weird to me. That's weird. And maybe that's just a difference of opinion, but I don't know. Did they mention the dragons to any of the people you're mentioning? I don't remember them doing so, but I may be forgetting. The city itself is only hearing about the attack from Vox Machina. I mean, Osissa isn't. And that's kind of what I'm saying is it's like, it feels odd to me that the entire city is totally unaware of this. It's been 2 days, even a day and a half, where there's instantaneous information transfer. Like, Allura knew that something was wrong the moment that something happened. And we know that she is not the most powerful being in this world, and that she is on an association of like beings. Like, the hag would know. Obviously, Osissa knew. I think a lot of the clerics would hear about it from their gods. Like, I think that there are definitely ways that the information would have traveled there before Vox Machina arrived. Because of how high fantasy this is. And, well, actually just that. Because of how high fantasy this is. Like, they're only 13th level. I'd be interested to see your take on this EP once the arc ends. I do too. I agree. Yeah, we have big, strong walls, therefore we are safe. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. It was also stretched out due to the number of people at the table. Yeah, and, like, to Matt's credit, he tried to break it up. Like, he had someone enter the scene, and Grog went and talked to them, and, like, very much, like, gave them an opportunity to, like, break the scene. And then Grog chose to go back to it. So that's why I say, like, I think that this is, like, an entire table, like, thing, as opposed to, like, it being, like, on Matt or on the players. This is kind of a whole person, or a whole table issue. Or just not even necessarily issue, but just, like, situation. People going about their normal everyday life while world-changing catastrophes and wars happen on different countries isn't exactly unrealistic. World-changing versus world-ending, I think, is a bit of a difference. And with how recently things happened, I think that people are typically more responsive within, like, the first couple days, you know, or the first few weeks. Even in other areas. It's a pretty common trope for one city to go, why should we care what's going on outside of our big, strong walls? Yeah. It is. And I think, I personally don't love the trope. Especially when, like, if the like, for example, in Atla, people can't travel very easily. Like, the methods of travel are normally walking, right? So it is not very likely that you know a lot of people outside of your city. In this situation, in this like campaign and setting, travel is pretty easy, even for like commoners. Like, it's easy enough that they have like accountants around the teleportation circles, you know? I'm not saying that it is like dead easy. You know, a random commoner isn't going to be able to afford it, but like high ranking people, even without any magic themselves, can probably afford like instantaneous travel. I mean, we have like a Thieves Guild syndicate that wants to get a foothold in Vasselheim and reasonably thinks that they could manage the entire organization across the time and space. Because information transfer is instantaneous and personnel transfer is instantaneous if you have the right resources. So I think that like where that trope makes sense is not here. So I don't know. How upset do you get in America when war breaks out in Africa or the Middle East? If I thought that Africa was going to be leveled, like, I don't know how big we think Draconia is, but if the entirety of Greece was destroyed, I think I would feel a little worried. I don't, you know what I'm saying? And like if like all of like the middle, like if all of Iran was enslaved in a day by like one dude, I don't know. I think that would draw my attention a bit. Vasselheim doesn't mess with arcane magic. Yes, but they're very into divine magic. They're very, very into divine magic. Having less instant communication, having gods directly giving news to clerics isn't something I've thought of. I honestly wouldn't have thought of it too much either if Pike wasn't given direct stuff by her god, by Sarenrae, and if Kima hadn't been established to like get direct visions from Bahamut, if we believe her. I probably wouldn't have thought of it either. Could be canon. Could be canon. I feel like it should be definitely like tavern gossip level. Yeah. Yeah. I think Ink Charm that would have, and like forcing the players to overhear that, I think would bring it back into a reality for me. Like if Matt, yeah, like has them overhear something about Iman falling, that would, to me, bring it back in, because now the players have to actively ignore it. And they have to sink further into, we are ignoring the atrocities that, you know, like, I think it plays more on that, like, are we heroes complex? If they want to continue ignoring it, they certainly can. But I don't think I would let them fully escape it, if that makes sense. Wearing ribbons to support Talderi? Honestly, Rebecca, yeah. Yeah. And that could even be interesting if you really wanted to show the level of disconnect and like the level of safety that they feel. I think having something relatively trivial like that, of like as they're walking into the bar, having like someone like hand them a ribbon or something and then being like, what the fuck is this? To be like, oh, to show your support for Iman, like, you know, you can do it, overthrow Thordak, hooray! Like, if they were like super like bright and chipper about it, that would be like, that would be crazy. But it would be crazy in a dope way if we really wanted to characterize Vasselheim as this like mega uncaring society, you know? We got pretty concerned pretty quickly when Ukraine was invaded. Yeah, absolutely. It's just the length of time that it's drawn on. Like, if Thordak is ruling 3 months from now, yeah, the people in Vasselheim are probably gonna stop talking about it. In the society we live in, could comprehend a city that seems to care about the continuation of society rather than care about the whole in general? Yeah. Multiple genocides going on right now, and a lot of people feel pretty comfortable ignoring them. I mean, I don't think that is accurate to put the real life things that are happening on the same scale as the Chroma Conclave. Like, the Chroma Conclave leveled a city in an instant. Like, multiple times over. The only reason that anything survives is because they actively choose to let it. Like, even if we want to get political, the people that are attempting to genocide other people have not completed their mission yet, not because they choose not to, but because it's not feasible. Like, they haven't been able to. So like this is like a level above genocide, where it's like, if the dragons wanted to take out everything in the world besides Vasselheim, we have seen no evidence that they couldn't. So it's just like a totally different scale of threat. I don't think it's accurate to compare the two. World War II is pretty fitting. I don't even know about that. Again, like, if the Nazis could have taken over the entire world with the snap of their fingers, they would have. Thordak could. The Chroma Conclave could. They just choose not to. Like, Thordak is just sitting in the middle of Amon instead of taking over other cities. The only city that we haven't even really been shown evidence. Allura just told us that Thordak couldn't take Vasselheim. That's the only reason that we think that they couldn't take over the entire world at the snap of their fingers. Yeah. I mean, it's like real world stuff in general doesn't really map to fantasy. It's like comparing fantasy racism to real world racism, which I've talked about before. I think is generally inappropriate. I don't think it works. Just like flat out generally. And I have so many times that I've talked about that in the past. But anyway, I think a lull after a tragedy is normal. Yeah. Anyways, that is all. Where the heck? Oh, there's the music. So I need to pull up the thing or the time codes. But yeah, I agree with probably tabling the real world talk. But let's see. 55. Matt ends the session here. Okay, I think that's about it. 1.25. And I think we're good to go.
Make more awesome. So,
that is so quiet.
And Liam will join us when he can, but we're gonna jump in for the time being. So,
That's
as you guys
quiet.
exit the tavern, you look out into the raving fields.
Suddenly remember, go back and open the closet.
Yeah. Oh shit, we need to get the rogue out of the closet.
There he is. There is that, yeah. So, you're sitting in the center of the braving grounds. We traded a Leah for a Travis.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Grog, can you get this door open?
It's the front door to the pub.
It is open, darling. Come
So
on
we're
out.
going to Kima now, or are we going to go see Grog fight?
Oh,
Is Grog fighting?
There's to your left, around the Heaven Stair, the giant mountain that kind of bisects the northern portion of Vasselheim. Around that way, a little bit of travel, but that heads towards the Bahamut section of the city where the Platinum Sanctuary is. To your vision, immediately outside of the tavern, you can see the giant statue of Ford with the Trial Forges, and to the south of you is where the quad roads are in the southern regions. What do you guys want to do?
I don't really feel like fighting. I just wanted to go talk to Master Splinter and the Trial Forge.
Sure. All right, we can do that another day, maybe, or do you want to
do
quickly
that
start
before we
off
talk
now?
to-
I'm not in a rush.
should we go to the Platinum Sanctuary? Where Kima is, right?
Let's go talk to Kim.
Dragons.
Yeah, right now.
Dragon.
Yes.
Oh, should we wait until some people are more
No,
sober?
we'll be fine.
No, I'm all right.
Let's
The
start
coffee
off.
helps. The coffee helps. I'm all right.
Walking will help.
Walking and coffee.
Kima.
Maybe we
Wow,
should
again.
Darling, have some
take it and
water.
wait outside or something.
But I missed Kima.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that what this is?
Yeah.
It's so clear.
Now, it's been a few hours and you guys have had some coffee, so
All right.
you're still a little tipsy, but you're not Useless. Put it nicely. All right, so where you guys want? You heading to?
The platinum
Sanctuary.
Platinum Sanctuary.
All right, you guys make your way south, kind of southwest, around the curvature of the base of the Heaven Stair. You can see up along the mountain itself, large, ominous, this monolith of earth that looks over the entirety of Vasselheim. You can see embedded in the rock itself, there are various homesteads towards the base, and as you look up, you can see there's a number of stairways that just spiral around it in different directions. And you can see small cliffs and precipices that are built on the outside of it look to be either various places of individual worship, where statues are just barely visible, cresting on the edge. There's a number of constructs just built into this mountain that are probably as old as the city itself. You make your way around the south portion of it back into the actual area of Vasselheim, the Silver Talon's Reach, which is the where the largely Bahamut's worship occurs. You make your way past the scattered temple.
Okay, I normally wouldn't answer a call, but it's the ISP. Oh, that was a little silly. That was a little silly. There was this issue with it. It's not important, but I basically had to set up 2 accounts. And so they were like, do you still want internet at your place? And I was like, no, thank you. But, no, sorry. It doesn't matter. It's not even an interesting tangent.
Temples, all the different like huts and hovels that kind of build the central kind of residential real estate of this territory. And there are a few homes here that look a bit like this town is built on existing in hardship and difficulty. So a lot of people here are just stern folk that live amongst terrible weather, and money and wealth isn't really presented or flaunted in this city. It's considered in very poor taste, as everyone here is, in some way, shape, or form, to some level, is pious to some degree to one of the deities that are worshipped here. You find your way to the base of the stair that you recall following when you first arrived here in Vasselheim, that leads up to the Platinum Sanctuary when you were delivering the Horn of Orcus.
Oh, that's
originally.
right.
You follow it up the side, and it is an extended staircase that curves up to these 3 silver spires that are pushing out from the side of the mountain, quite a ways up. In about almost 20 minutes of stair climbing, your legs start to cramp a bit, but you manage to make your way towards the top. It's the outside of the large stone doors, and there you can see there are 2 scale bearers of Vord in their silver armor, blue cloaks to their back, weapons at the ready, just looking out. And as soon as you guys approach the top of the stairway, they change their stance to be a little more prepared.
God, it's hard to do with alcohol in your system.
Hard to do. Run it off. Run it off.
A lot of horses and chickens around here too.
Notice that as well.
Everywhere.
Hey, everywhere. I didn't know this was a farming industry.
I don't see what the problem
Hello
is.
there. Excuse us.
Hello.
We are of the Slayer's Take. Is that a good thing?
Yes.
We are of the Slayer's Take, and we would ask for entry into your platinum temple.
Your business is with whom?
Lady Kima.
Turns, mentions, kind of nods the other guy. They both grab these small handles and give like a tug, and the door opens slightly, and one of the guys disappears between the two doors. About 30 seconds pass to a minute. Bori steps back out. Your presence has been accepted by the High Bearer Vord, the Silver Touched. He will greet you in the central chamber, please.
Thank you. How do we address him?
High Bearer should suffice.
All right.
Please enter.
Will Kima be there?
Doesn't answer. Doors open.
Hey.
Lighter.
More stairs.
More stairs for this one.
So as you guys enter the chamber once more, this is close to where you flew in bird form and almost got arrested by the High Bearers.
Right, those guys.
So as you enter the chamber, you can see a number of the guards have already assembled, and they're kind of giving you a walkway path, both as a presentory kind of, arrival vigil, but also making sure that you don't wander off the predestined path to the main central meeting chamber.
But it doesn't seem antagonistic in any way.
No, just they're protecting
Prepared.
their temple.
We'll
Yes.
make it that.
Yeah, not yet anyway.
So you guys continue inward towards the central chamber. The high stone ceiling before you. You can see there are holes carved throughout the ceiling in the stonework to cause beams of light to just come shooting through from the sky. What catches your interest in here is the sky is cloudy. There is no specific source of direct sunlight, yet there are beams of light within the temple itself that form a pattern across the kind of stone marble floor of the central chamber.
Can I do a nature check?
Certainly.
What's the pattern? What's the pattern look like?
The pattern resembles a large shield. If you look at it, it's pointed towards the base of where you guys are walking in, and it fills most of the chamber in an oval fashion before coming together in a line towards the back.
17.
17? Okay, this definitely isn't a natural occurrence. The sunlight should not be projected in this way, which leads you to believe that there is something about the temple's enchantment or its construction that can either dissipate the veil of clouds to the sunlight or produce their own light to mimic it during all hours.
Cool.
Do any of us recognize the symbol on the floor?
You've seen the shield itself is akin to the symbol of Bahamut, which is a shield with a silver dragon head on it. You've seen Kima use it previously when you guys were looking after her in the Underdark.
We never got that stuff back.
Her stuff?
Yeah.
So, as you guys push to the center chamber, you can see there's a line of 3 heavily armored knights of Bahamut that are all there, standing shields at the ready, these big tower shields that almost touch the ground. And two of them separate to one side, one separates to the other, and in the center, arriving before you, is High Bearer Vord, the Silver Touched, who, for some of you seeing him for the first time, long, kind of light brown hair that cresses down past his shoulders. His features are very elven and very soft and ageless, but there is a kind of almost a bluish, very faint bluish hue to his skin, and his eyes have no irises, no pupils. Steps forward and extends his hands.
It is good to see such friends. So I ask you once again to join me in this chamber. Can I help you?
Yes. You can, actually. Well, we hope that you can, as it concerns dragon matters. We know that you serve Bahamut, the great, the wonderful, the very metallic, and these very terrible colored, chromatic, red, green, lots of different dragons. They've attacked.
How much do you know about the dragon attacks that have been raging across the world?
He kind of looks about the rest of you with a discerning glance, just kind of spending a beat on each of you, almost like you're being judged and read in that instant. You feel as if someone is prying into your personality with but a glance, and it's unsettling at first, but nothing too invasive, but just enough to catch you off guard. As he finishes the sweep of the party at hand, he says,
I was given a vision in the night of a far city of man, swathed in ice and flame, of colors bonded and unleashed. And I feared it was the work of our Lord's nemesis.
The Lord's
Straight up nemesis?
Yes. Can you elaborate?
puts his hand up.
Sorry.
However, with much prayer of mine and my acolytes, we find no tremor of the Dragon Queen, nor the stench of Bator on this business.
The stench of Queen?
Dragon Queen Bator? Is that what you said, Bator?
Bator. B-A-A-T-O-R.
Is the queen... I'm sorry, are the queen and Bator the same?
Make a religion check.
All of us, or just...
All of you, sure.
Sure!
Who is this making religion check?
Honey.
Dude, I will say Bahamut seems like he loves giving visions. This feels like it's been established at this point that Bahamut's a little talkative. I don't know who the fuck Bator is though, or the Dragon Queen. I'm assuming this is Tiamat. I'm assuming that's Tiamat. I don't know who the fuck Bator is. He's lonely. He's lonely. Also, Hypervord, his fucking shit is his description is really suspicious. I thought Bahamut was a girl. I have no idea. I thought for some reason I thought that Tiamat was a girl. Although Tiamat has like 5 heads, maybe they're. Also, I generally think that do gods have gender in D&D? I honestly don't know. Bahamut is a big disco ball. He just wants to show shiny stuff. Tiamat is a queen. Oh, that's fair. They did just say Dragon Queen, so that tracks. But anyways. Oh,
10.
Wait, I forgot. Pause. Wait, why is what? Wait. Hold. Why are you not on screen, sir? Okay, 1 second. Ah! Why is it all the way down there? Okay, wait. Pause. We have live split back and dun 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 dun. Return. Wait, actually I have to unpause it.
12.
Return of the timer. Oh shit. But yeah. Anyways.
15.
All right, I'll
18.
24.
13.
14. 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
None of these ring a bell except for you, Kashaw. The Dragon Queen is indeed the nemesis of the Platinum Dragon Bahamut. It is an entity known as Tiamat and is essentially the patron of most chromatic dragons. She resides in Bator, which is one of the 9 hells. However, it seems that Vord is speaking in a way that, through much disturbed interest and prayer into this matter, there doesn't seem to be the scent of Tiamat's doing in this matter. And strangely, you see a bit of the tension in his face relax as he tells you this.
So, if it's not the nemesis, the big nemesis, then, you guys could probably take out these dragons, like, no problem, since they're not the big bads, they're just really bad.
While these entities do concern us, there is the ultimate vow that we've spoken, and that is to protect Vasselheim. The city has stood as long as it has because we have not left our post. And the moment that we would attempt to move even a minority of our people in the city to be of aid to you in this endeavor, this would be the moment that the Dragon Queen will be waiting for to attack our citadel. There are many more forces beyond these dragons that you speak of in this world bent against the destruction of the city.
Yes.
And we stand because we hold vigil here.
But, sir, you should understand how close this destruction came from your doorstep.
And yet it avoided our city. Do you know why? Because even such creatures know better than to lend their talons against us.
But how do you know that will happen the next time? Is that always where you're going to place your bet?
Do you think this would be the first time that ancient dragons have attempted to attack our fifth city?
How about 4?
I can guarantee you, should they mount an attack on us, 4 or not, they will fall.
Wait a second.
Well, then
I'm
I guess
sorry.
everybody in the world can just move here.
Yes.
Wait a second. You said dragons have attacked before and they were defeated. How?
Well, we had the aid of Bahamut at us at that time.
And he glances up, and you look up, and you can see the rays of sun that have come through here from your current position. You can see actually form a matching symbol, not of a shield, but of a giant winged dragon outstretched across the curved roof of this temple.
All right, let's talk
wait,
about
wait,
this.
wait.
I am very interested for Matt's general, not reasoning necessarily, but for his, general, yeah, I guess his general reasoning for why Vasselheim is essentially immune, as long as they don't leave. Like, I think that is, if you want to set up an impervious safe harbor, I think it's a very I think it needs some restrictions, first of all. And I think it's a very reasonable restriction to place on that safe harbor that it is only safe if no one leaves. Or if, the main defenders don't leave, everyone besides merchants or whatever. I think that's reasonable. It is interesting that it sounds like it is the direct involvement of the gods that continue to sustain Vasselheim, which would number one, I think it would go to serve and characterize why the city is so religious. If the gods have all agreed, like, this city stays, no matter what. And it is an interesting sort of, I think you always have to have a reason that gods can't get directly involved. So I've seen a take that it's like, it's a Cold War. If one of them gets involved, they all get involved, and then the material plane gets fucking wiped. So they have to have servants, they have to give visions, they have to play puppet master. It's an interesting potential exception if all the gods and maybe, like lesser divine entities agree that Vasselheim stays safe no matter what. That's a very interesting, that has very interesting, implications, which we are building out. Like, that makes sense within what I've learned. And I am interested to see more. Because it seems like an odd, I don't know. It's definitely very unique within most cosmological constructs within fantasy settings. It's very unique. And so I will be very interested to see more details on it. Oh yeah. Ink Charm is generally right. Regarding, lore, like with the Vecna stuff. I was like, I don't want to know about Vecna. Even though Matt does change it and viewers generally would have had access. And I'll tell you why. Because, generally my rule of thumb is if the viewers don't have access, I shouldn't either. That is generally my rule of thumb. It goes beyond it because if I was watching this on my own, I am the sort of person that wouldn't look up that information. I don't like to, I also don't, I don't look up the number of episodes in a season. I don't like to know if I'm coming up to the finale or not. Paige loves to do that. Paige loves to look up how many episodes are in the season, what episode are we on, to see how close we are to the finale, how much time they have to wrap it up. I don't do that. So this is sort of this is sort of a separate sort of, I guess, rule of thumb, that hasn't been, I don't know if it's been directly, I guess it was directly addressed with the Vecna stuff, but other than that, I don't think. The defenders can't leave. The safe harbor has to stay safe. Yeah, precisely. It could be an agreed upon neutral ground for negotiating. It could be, which could be very interesting. It definitely could be. Like that this is the divine meeting ground. And I'm interested to see in that case if we start to see maybe non-divine influences. I mean, I guess we've seen the Raven Queen has her own fucking district. And I don't really know much about the default D&D cosmology and Pantheon, but I think the Raven Queen is not a super I think she's more of a warlock patron generally, or a Twilight or trickster cleric sort of patron. So maybe it is just Vasselheim is where all the gods do their dealings. And it could be that Vasselheim as a city, maybe the people there are legitimately, like, since the gods, okay, I kind of have a theory on maybe. I'm thinking the gods literally can't interact without human intermediaries. And so they all got together and defined a safe zone in the material plane and keep all the meat bags alive so that they can negotiate slash discuss through said meat bags in a way that they can't outside of the material plane. Because I'm kind of thinking, like, not like necessarily why do the gods care, but why do they care? Like, why have they defined this city? What's so special about it? And it could be that at some point in the history, there was something special done to the, like, literal land to make it to where the gods can interact with each other, but they can only do it if, like, the fucking runes stay up, you know, or like like it's in like a very like specific layout. It could literally be that like that layout, like the layout of Vasselheim is like a giant like rune that allows the gods to like astrally project down to the city and talk to each other. So it could be that Vasselheim is sort of a divine phone hub, like a divine telecom hub. And so they support the humans in keeping the city standing because the city needs to stand. It's infrastructure. Sort of divine infrastructure. Divine telecom infrastructure. That's what I'm gonna call Vasselheim. Yeah, Discord server for the gods. And so the gods all say, okay, you know, we want to be able to talk to each other occasionally. Both for, you know, divine. Oh, is it bad? Divine. We want to be able to talk to each other, so we gotta keep Discord running. You know, like we built Discord, so now we have to keep the server room running. Like, we have to pay the fucking electric bill. We have to make sure that the walls stay up. Like, and so it's sort of like if there's like a threat to their building, they deal with it. And then everywhere outside of the building, they're like, hey, that's off limits. And they also say, hey, you know, little human gribblies. I think there must be a reason that they need the meat bags specifically. Like, I think I'm thinking it's like an Avatar type situation where they have to like project down into someone, and then that person and the other person who's like from the other god, they have the conversation. That's so like the city is the fucking server room, and the actual humans and like sentience there are like the actual like internet providers, you know? They're the ones that actually allow them to tap into the server. Interesting. That is my interesting thing. They're too busy playing video games to interview. Well, they're not, because Bahamut saved them in the past. It's kind of like the UN of gods. Kinda. Sounds like what it sounds like. How many gods do you remember involved with this city? Quite a fucking few. I remember, because I mean, there's obviously Bahamut, there's Cord, there's Raven Queen. I think there's a lot more. I mean, obviously she's building like the temple to Sarenrae. and whoever the fuck Kashaw's god is. All the way around. I enjoy how this meat bag uses the term meat bag. Yeah. There's an evil god under the city that they don't really want to clean up. Are the betrayer gods just banned from the server? Yeah, maybe. Potentially, yeah. Do you have any thoughts on what the penance was? I mean, it sounds sort of like the Recreants from Stormlight, which I don't have any, I don't know what that is yet. It sounds like an apocalyptic event of some manner. Because it's always been, I think the 2 times it's been brought up so far, it was brought up in reference to like an apocalyptic type scenario, and I think in reference to Vasselheim. So I'm assuming, I think it might have been what's it called? Netheril? Netheril? I think it might have been a Netheril situation where some mortals got too big for their fucking britches and tried to ascend, and the gods slapped them down and were like, no ascension for you. And then the gods pulled a Abrahamic flood situation where they wiped out the entire world except for Vasselheim. Maybe that's when they constructed the telecom hub. And so that's the penance, is like the Moses, or not the Moses, the Noah flood scenario, where, you know, they wipe out the entire world except for Vass, and they set up the fucking phone lines. And maybe the fucking material plane was just caught in the fucking crossfires. Maybe that's why they needed to set up Vasselheim as their phone hub. Maybe like the penance and like the shit that was going down had to do with like too much god intervention and maybe not enough gods talking to each other. I don't know. I don't have a real like good solid theories on it yet, but that's my general theory at the moment.
Wait.
Say something.
Please continue. I'm so sorry.
My bad.
We've been drinking.
Drinking?
No. Water. Long walk up.
Well, understand. I hear your plight. And I understand that we must aid you in this endeavor best that we can. But we cannot swear to you, our army.
What sort of aid can you offer, then?
For now, while you seek out whatever your plot is to tear these creatures from their summit, we will grant to you, from our place in the Dawn City, our finest champion. But I have no resources to offer at this time. This champion shall come to your aid, to help in any way that they can. And once they can report their certainty that victory can be had, perhaps we may be able to send a little more of our power your way.
Will we know the presence of this champion, or will it be a silent...
Oh wait, sorry, I forgot to undo the timer.
The champion is here.
And he kind of steps aside and puts his hand out, and one of the armored knights steps forward. Full armor, this tall, kind of wide-chested, masculine form. You can't see the face as the helmet kind of protects it, but shield comes out and slams the ground and goes to kneel on one knee. He says, "Your charge, Platinum Knight Udyr. One of our finest warriors, whom has had time and time again, at which point you hear a loud sound as all of a sudden Udyr is thrown off of his feet, his shield kind of bent in and skidding across the ground. You see stepping up behind a female halfling, scar across the face.
Yeah.
Full trimmed armor, a blue cloak behind her, shouting out, "Oh no you don't! This is my home turf! I'm going!"
Yeah, Kima!
I'll take that one.
Ooh, we want that one.
High Bearer forward rolls his eyes and sighs loudly.
Kima, you are in need of discipline and guidance, more than most who walk the warrior's path. Your foolish impulses will get you killed.
I think her foolish impulses are exactly what Vox Machina's looking for.
She kind of grins as she swings her maul. Slams it onto the stone ground. There's a little bit of a rumble as you see a flash of divine energy from that, and a beam from the sky kind of comes down and frames her form as she stands there clutching the top of it.
Yeah.
She goes,
Girl.
"Better to die a fool for something than live in regret for doing nothing."
Church.
Awkward pause as Udar gets back up on his feet and pulls up the front of his helmet, and you can see there's like a very thin pencil stash underneath, a chiseled jaw, and a man who looks like probably an intent, chivalrous type knight gentleman, except for there's a look of complete disdain and frustration, and he kind of gets up and goes, "Really, huh?" And Vord kind of raises his hand and grumbles.
Very well. Your new charge is Lady King, whom you are already affiliated. Please keep her from doing anything stupid.
I think we want her to do her stupidest. Udyr, it would have been a swell adventure with you. Maybe next time. Sir, thank you for granting us this aid that we will definitely need on our journey.
Yeah, I think she might need to rein in her impulses, to be totally honest. And I think she's Tiamat, Ink Charm, obviously. She's the avatar of Tiamat. She's above the Chroma Conclave. We already know that.
We also are new to this dragon slaying business and would love your advice and any information you might have, especially about some specific items, something called the vestiges of divergence.
His eyes kind of squint for a moment as he puts his hands in front of his face.
To step against such powerful dragons is indeed a death sentence. It is true that you need to prepare. To arm yourselves against this doom. And while we are meant to stay here in the most holiest of places, these relics you speak of from before the second spark, still I've forgotten. These armaments even balked the primordials of old. Blades that slew the children of the dark. Where these relics lie, only story and tome can tell, unfortunately. Know that at any given time, you are not the only one seeking this power. Consider things of such great strength are perpetually in the minds of those who would make the riches off of them. Or intend to take their own townships and peasantry under their own boot and gauntlet. Well,
Do these vestiges help you control the dragons? Or do you become their leader if you fight them?
I don't believe any of that such capability, but I also am not a scholar of ancient magics and artifacts. I merely have come across their whispers and books and various classes I took as a child.
What sort of books? Fairy books?
Yes.
There are tomes scattered throughout the city, and there is the Cobalt Reserve.
Cobalt Reserve is gone. The dragons took it out.
That is unfortunate.
You said these tomes might still be in Vasselheim?
Perhaps.
Where?
I wish I could tell you. We had one such entrusted to us long ago, but that was destroyed as part of the last assault on Vasselheim that we withstood.
Do you remember the description of any of the items from your...
You guys keep making me laugh during this during this very serious conversation.
your stories?
Or how many there were?
I mean, the stories say of at least a dozen. I can't be certain. I wish I could be of more aid in this, but this is not a path that I chose to learn much on.
And are all artifacts necessary in defeating these dragons?
I have no idea.
We should have probably asked other people.
Or Cisa.
Though the warriors that once wielded these in the battles of old only seem to carry one or two each.
How did you defeat them? The dragons that came to your doorstep.
That was before my time, my dear.
And there are no legends, there are no scrolls that might recount the tale of how that happened, that you might still have somewhere.
The pendants. The second spark. He takes a moment to blank out his thoughts. Does that take a moment to gather my notes?
While you're doing that, Udyr's stuck in his armor over there.
Dented in.
He's just dented in, he can't get it off.
He's not happy at all about that.
Dozen weapons.
Hold on.
Sorry. One moment, please. Right here. Hold
What are
on.
the children of the dark?
I've got all my
Seem
dragon
like bad
lore
things
over
that
here.
Yeah,
Killed by
I'll
the
figure that out.
Okay. Second spark.
It's a long tale, and I would recommend you research the history yourself. that during the times of creation, when the gods first came upon this world, it was a place of chaotic energies, elements clashing. The very landscape itself was in eternal turmoil, wrestling for no purpose other than the destruction of the others. There were no boundaries. Yet the gods still came, and they created the various beings and entities. As they came to understand what their purpose was, as they themselves were still uncertain as to why they came to be, they hoped that through their creations they could learn more about themselves. They began to watch the first burgeoning elves, dwarves, people. But within a short time, a very short time, the very chaotic nature of this landscape consumed and destroyed most of what remained. The only city that stood, the first city, Vasselheim. The Titans that walked across these lands, great primordial elemental kings, beings of no knowable mind, sought to destroy any light or beauty, and thus the first war began. Peoples rose up, the gods' feet touched the ground, and alongside the creations they slew the Titans, the first of these vestiges, laying them to rest within the dirt, within the sky, casting the elements away from this plane and separate to their own, where now they remain. Planes of fire, earth, air, water, and their muddy boundaries between. This came a time of great privilege and prosperity. And it also came to be discovered that some of the gods, as part of creation, during this bout with the Titans, began to question the purpose of creation, to embrace the chaos that they fought in this battle. And they distanced themselves from the ones that guide us to this day. They began to take the children of the gods and corrupt them, teach them the wonders of arcana, magics beyond the divine and the gifts of the gods. And for the first time, the creations began to find power separate from the creators. The arrogance to think that perhaps now they were gods themselves. Now they were the gods' creations, and they loved them very much. So they did not see this as a threat, but as the second expansion of civilization spread across the world, we saw rise to great new towns and cities and civilizations and cultures, as well as a new wave of insolence and selfishness. And these new dark arts began to prey upon this, and build a force to take those who still stayed true to the first. This terrible war. This is what we knew as the Divergence. This was when the people were split in two, and the gods were divided as well. Bloody battles ensued. And it looked as though, while all other cities fell to ruin, even Vasselheim would fall. But in this time, these vestiges were expanded upon, and those first few weapons, many more were created. And the champions fought alongside the gods once more. And victory was had. The dark gods banished to various planes, far from this plane. But it was then the gods also decided that perhaps their delving had caused this. And they receded, leaving the mortals to find their own way, to rebuild a second time, with the warning of the dangers of arcane, which Vasselheim still to this day holds as one of its prime oaths. Many of these vestiges you seek were destroyed. But some were kept, some were lost, some were entombed. Some were refound and rediscovered and are used as symbols of power. But since this second spark of civilization, the gods felt that the true penance was the destruction of all that people had built. And the gods leaving us to our own. Thus started the penance. Where to this day, we still make up the infashions and sins of our arrogant brothers and sisters of our day. So, since then, we've had other new civilizations spring up. Wildmount, Talvore, Singorn, Marquette. These are the newer cities of the Third Age.
May I ask? Vestiges, the wording of these legends, it seems vague.
Okay. A huge lore drop, obviously. And ad for Twitch starts in 45 seconds. So great timing. We're going to take a quick ad break. I'm going to go get some water, take a pee. And I will be right back, and we will talk and sort through this to make sure I'm understanding. Quick. I'll be back. I need to set that music to auto pause or play. What up? What's good? There have been updates, so we will have to watch what we clarify. Yeah, true. Very accurate. Okay. So, okay, I need to finish this. There was a sort of civil war, arcane versus divine, divine won, and there was another power up of the vestiges. Then But also the gods thought they'd gotten too involved, and that was part of the problem. So the penance is the gods is sort of is partially the gods Noah flood wiping everywhere as their own penance, and also mortals not doing magic anymore? Not doing arcane magic anymore? And so Vass sort of thinks that others are breaking the penance through arcane magic. That's more of a what do you call it? A speculation. This speculation. Is that am I correct about what has been revealed about the penance so far? Or maybe I should just rewind to hear Matt say it again.
Does no...
Because that's the only thing. I think I got everything before that. Of there's material playing beta, which just kind of accidentally killed everything besides Vasselheim. Then there are titans that are not gods, very Greek, that were slayed by the gods along with human mortals in the first war. Then dope shit, but dark gods taught people about magic. Very Abrahamic creation myth of the snake in the Garden of Eden. Magic corrupted, split the people from the gods, the divergence. Then there was a civil war, arcane versus divine. Divine won, and there was another power-up to the vestiges in that process. And then the gods thought that they'd gotten too involved in, like, the mortal realm. And so the penance is partially that they flood-wiped everyone except for Vasselheim as their own penance, except Vass. And then mortals not doing arcane anymore? Is that right? Yeah, I might have to... I'm not sure I entirely agree with that summary based on what you watched. What? Oh no, did I miss something? It's very information dense, yeah.
With the warning, more.
And I mean, this is obviously one version of what, whatever happened. Okay, let's do one more. Let's do one more.
Figure that out. Okay.
Second spot.
It's a long tale, and I would recommend you research the history yourself. But during the times of creation, when the gods first came upon this world, it was a place of chaotic energies, elements clashing. The very landscape itself was in eternal turmoil, wrestling for no purpose other than the destruction of the others. There were no boundaries. Yet the gods still came, and they created the various beings and entities. As they came to understand what their purpose was, as they themselves were still uncertain as to why they came to be, they hoped that through their creations they could learn more about themselves. And they began to watch the first burgeoning elves, dwarves, people. But within a short time, a very short time, the very chaotic nature of this landscape consumed and destroyed most of what remained. The only city that stood, the first city, Vasselheim. The Titans have walked across these lands, great primordial elemental kings, beings of no knowable mind, sought to destroy any light or beauty. And thus the first war began. The peoples rose up, the gods' feet touched the ground, and alongside the creations they slew the Titans, the first of these vestiges, laying them to rest, within the dirt, within the sky, casting.
Oh, wait. Okay. Saw destroy any light or beauty. Were slayed by the gods in the first war.
The creation rest. The Titans.
Feet touched the ground alongside their creations. They slew the Titans.
The first of these vestiges.
With the first of the vestiges. When the vestiges were using the first of these vestiges. Okay.
Laying them to rest within the dirt, within the sky, casting the elements away from this plane and separate to their own, where now they remain. Planes of fire, earth, air, water, and their muddy boundaries between. This came a time of great privilege and prosperity. And it also came to be discovered that some of the gods, as part of creation, during this bout with the Titans, began to question the purpose of creation, to embrace the chaos that they fought in this battle. And they distanced themselves from the ones that guide us to this day. They began to take the children of the gods and corrupt them, teach them the wonders of arcana, magics beyond the divine and the gifts.
Okay. So they, as part of the creation bout with Titans, some of the gods began to question the purpose of creation, distance themselves with the rest of the gods. They questioned the purpose of creation and embraced the primordial chaos they once fought against. They taught mortals magic.
And they distanced themselves from the ones that guide us to this day. They began to take the children of the gods and corrupt them, teach them the wonders of arcana, magics beyond the divine and the gifts of the gods. And for the first time, the creations began to find power separate from the creators. The arrogance to think that perhaps now they were gods themselves. Now they were the gods' creations, and they loved them very much. So they did not see this as a threat, but as the second expansion of civilization spread across the world, we saw rise to great new towns and cities and civilizations and cultures, as well as a new wave of insolence and selfishness. And these new dark gods began to prey upon this, and build a force to take those who still stayed true to the first. This terrible war. This is what we knew as the Divergence.
Okay, so that's the war is the Divergence. So sort of civil war. This is the Divergence. So the war is the Divergence. This terrible war. This is what we knew as the Divergence. Okay.
This was when the people were split in two, and the gods were divided as well. Bloody battles ensued, and it looked as though, while all other cities fell to ruin, even Vasselheim would fall. But in this time, these vestiges were expanded upon, and those first few weapons, many more were created. And the champions fought.
Okay. So most cities fell except Vass. There was another power up of the vestiges. Of the there was not another. There was a power up of the existing vestiges, and more were created.
Fought alongside the gods once more, and victory was had. The dark gods vanished to various planes, far from this plane. But it was then the gods also decided that perhaps their delving had caused this, and they receded, leaving the mortals to find their own way, to rebuild a second time, with the warning of the dangers of arcane, which Vasselheim still to this day holds as one of its prime oaths. Many of these vestiges you seek were destroyed, but some were kept, some were lost, some were entombed, some were refound and rediscovered and are used as symbols of power. But since this second spark of civilization, the gods felt that the true penance was the destruction of all that people had built.
Of all that people had built. So that wasn't really their penance. So the penance, okay. So it is the penance to the people. Okay. It's not the gods like putting their own penance. The penance is the gods. Hi. There's a dog. Let's see. So the penance is the gods, Noah flood, wiping everywhere out. Wiping everywhere except for Vasselheim. That's not said, but it is the implication, right? What is the destruction of all their people had built? I guess wiping everywhere. Vass is implied to not have been wiped, but not directly confirmed. Because the way that people have talked about Vasselheim is always like the cradle of civilization, where everything starts anew. So maybe Vass did get wiped, and then that's just where they started again, but...
It was the destruction of all that people had built. And the gods leaving us to our own. Thus started the penance. Right to this day.
So there is the penance, the event. Okay. This is the event called the penance. There is sort of a separate oath sorta deal, also called the penance, where to this day we still make up. Also called the penance, where mortals still make up for the infractions / sins of their ancestors. Very original sin.
The infractions and sins of our arrogant brothers and sisters of that day. So, since then, we've had...
Okay. The divergence was the main thing that I don't think I got, but I think all of this is right. I think. Might be a good idea to draw a timeline. Okay, yeah. So it seems like there's over here. There's... Oh, wait, you can't see that. So there's primordial ooze. Then there's creation. Then there's first war with the Titans. Then there's divergence, which is also the second war. And then there's penance. And then there's today. I believe that's the timeline. So he says arcane powers were taught by corrupting gods. I essentially, yeah, like there are some gods that didn't fuck with like creating shit, and they taught the mortals arcane powers. Yeah. I like the Vasselheim got a cool little nickname. It feels like a good buddy now instead of an aloof entity. What up, LeBlanclin? A lot of experience. I mean, it depends on kind of your order of scale. I've been DMing off and on for 10 years. Probably 6 to 7, like solidly and continuously. There were some breaks in there. And I've been playing for probably like 5. So I don't know. A lot of people have way more experience than me, and a lot of people have way less. So I don't know. The vestiges weren't power up, just more were created. What? I heard about a power up. I totally heard about a power up. Did I? Did I not? The vestiges were expanded upon. Oh, I took expanded upon to mean like their power was expanded and many more were created. That was my interpretation of that. I mean, obviously, a poetic interpretation. I'm going to stick with mine. For no other reason that I think it probably won't matter in the long run. Vasselheim wears vestments. Vass wears leather vests. Did he say Vasselheim predates the divergence? Yes. Vasselheim is the first city from after the primordial ooze. So primordial ooze, then creation. Actually, there's kind of a mini event. Oh, God. There's kind of a mini event in here that is primordial ooze kills creation. Because the primordial ooze didn't actually get like really dealt with until the First War. The First War was kind of dealing with the primordial ooze. So there's primordial ooze, creation, then the ooze kills most of creation, then we go to First War, then divergence, then penance, then today. Is how I understand it. It's not a vest, it's a life preserver. It's how it survived the flood. Yeah. All this info is according to Vord, who follows the Vasselheim policy of arcane is the root of all evil. Yeah, absolutely. This is all. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know that the, vestiges detail matters substantially, because he is definitely not an unreliable narrator when talking about the divine creation myth. He has a little bit of bias. Yeah, technically an unreliable narrator. Yeah. Why the dark gods are the root of evil, and they are the origin of arcane magic. They aren't necessarily the origin. They just taught people about arcane magic. So arcane magic, at least from what I understood, existed, and they were like, "Hey, mortals, look at this shit." Have you read the Silmarillion? No. I am not that into Lord of the Rings. Sort of a social D&D question, kind of collecting opinions. Do you take any questions, or am I intruding? I take questions. I don't guarantee to answer it immediately, but I do take questions. It also depends on how long the sort of offshoot is. I'm probably not gonna have a 30-minute long offshoot, but I totally answer questions. I guess it's ambiguous, potentially. If Vass predates the divergence, it's still unclear if Vass got wiped out at this point, because they may well name it the same if it got rebuilt. Yeah, it is unclear. It is confirmed. It is confirmed that Vasselheim, at least I say confirmed. I think kind of confirmed. I think it is kind of confirmed that Vasselheim survived all of this. So this is like Vasselheim 1. And then it is possible that Vasselheim got wiped out during the penance. It's sort of unclear. And we are potentially in Vasselheim 2. So this is either Vasselheim 1 or 2. Not totally clear. But also someone that, is very Vasselheim pilled would obviously say that their fucking city's the cradle of civilization, right? If you're super into your city and, all that comes along with that, you're probably gonna say, like, yeah, we're the cradle of civilization. Garden of Eden's here, yo. But yeah. Didn't Allura say that Vass survived the penance? I don't quite remember. I honestly don't know if it matters all that much. Either they survived the penance, or they were probably the very first city directly after the penance. So, I don't know. one of the two. History as it's told by a cleric from Vasselheim, where they don't like the arcane. Yeah, absolutely. It could be like London after it burnt down. It was destroyed almost entirely and then rebuilt in stone, but it's still technically the same city. Yeah, or like the Chicago fire. Did Mega imply he doesn't do tangents? All right. I at least like to try to keep them Critical Role related sometimes. Yeah, no, I do tangents. Nah, so yeah, no intruding. It just won't. I'm trying nowadays to keep the tangents to at least a relatively reasonable length. Okay, the Fire of London. I didn't know about that shit. Okay. So this is Mega constructs mazes and wanders deep into them. You know it. What the fuck's this dude's name? Vord. All right. Hi, Bearer Vord's account of creation prompted by a question or by questioning about the divergence. Yeah. Or no, not the divergence, the vestiges. So it is also worth keeping in mind that regardless of Highbearer Vord's biases or inclinations, that he was prompted to talk about this from the perspective of like the vestiges. And so he did roll back to those a couple of times. So it is also possible that some details that would have existed in maybe a more holistic telling of the creation myth, even by Bahamut theology, right? Even through that lens, he still might have left other things out because he was focusing on a question about the vestiges, essentially. The fact that you predicted God's not interacting with the world much more a few minutes before it was confirmed. I mean, there has to kind of be a reason that gods aren't just like walking around, you know? There has to be a reason. Otherwise, like, why wouldn't they? You know? I think, you know, this is a good lesson in like listening to this and listening to Matt set this up is like, even if this isn't true, like we're talking about this, like, you know, is this an unreliable narrator? What sort of biases do they have? Regardless of that, as a DM creating your own pantheon, you need to have a reason that gods aren't just like walking around, you know? Because like otherwise, why wouldn't they just solve all your problems, you know? So I don't want to say it's the bare minimum, but like I think this is like a good first step towards world building, like out of Pantheon, and I think that Matt did a good job of like justifying this out, and setting up a little bit of a morally gray good versus evil, sort of interesting that like the dark gods, even within this context, weren't like directly trying to like lead mortals astray. They just kind of stopped caring and were just like, here's some cool new toys, you know? So it's there's an interesting thing there that I can't imagine will get brought up anytime in the future. History is always someone who's still bouncing between live and VODs. The notepad has been a positive change. Oh, good. Very good. I'm glad. I'm very, very glad. It would be interesting to know how all of the religions regard Vasselheim's origin in the city, or if they have differences. It would be interesting. I'm curious to see if they ask anyone else, or if they're just like, thank you, Bahamut, and just take that as truth. Yeah. You didn't just predict the gods don't talk much anymore. You predicted it was because humanity got uppity. I mean, thank you for the compliment. That is like, the humanity getting uppity is like a very common aspect of the creation myth. You know, it's them stealing fire. Greek mythology, them stealing fire. Fucking Abrahamic theology, like us. Oh God, I don't even remember the Abrahamic. The whole Garden of Eden apple of knowledge. I think us wanting like knowledge. Same shit. Like that sort of creation myth is, and even within D&D, you know, I've been playing BG3 lately, and the Netheril uppityness is a very central part of like Gale's plot thread. So I will take it. but this is I mean, it's tried and true for a reason. Humanity getting uppity is something I think we could all like wrap our heads around. I think we see people get uppity constantly in real life, so it's something that speaks to us on a deep level. And the fallacies and the dangers in us getting uppity, I think it's a very human story, you know. 90% of origin lore is a very skillful telling of a very common story. Yeah, exactly. Tower of Babel, totally. Yeah. Matt always stealing from BG3. It's a lot like Greek mythology. Yeah, he had the Titans, like the primordial Titans that the gods then helped humanity slay. Yeah. So I mean, fucking good DMs create, great DMs steal. The best way is to tell it in a new and novel, interesting way. Like, you don't want them to be like, hey, that's just Greek mythology. It's okay if they think about it after the fact. You want to tell it in a way that's interesting. And I do think that the aspect of arcane versus divine is an interesting way to go about retelling that story within the context of D&D. I think it's a good sort of, what would you call it? It's a good novelty about it that makes it different enough. Even like from traditional D&D lore of like, there's Mystra, just a god of magic, and she's considered a chill god. Yes, goddess. So drawing this very hard line between arcane and divine, I think was already like an interesting beat for a city when you're talking about world building. And I think it's a novel enough divergence from like the bog standard creation myth to give it a lot of interest. Yeah. That's why I keep telling my stories. I'll drop 6 ancient dragons in the capital of my homebrew world. Oh shit. 6? Is it a divine number? Yeah. Primordials predating the gods is a common thing that I wish was expanded upon more often. Sapiens predating gods is inherently interesting. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it offers more possibilities of godly ascension. It provides room for gods to fall, gods to be born, gods to change. Like, having a before time that was before the gods is a very good way to sort of take the gods down a peg from our traditional, like, more like IRL godly theology, you know? At least in terms of like modern sensibilities. So yeah, I think it was really cool. It's a, like I said, it is a solid retelling, and it has a novelty that makes it unique. And I think that's all you fucking need. So 2 thumbs up from me.
And the champions fought alongside the gods once more. And victory was had. The dark gods banished to various planes. They're leaving the mortals to find their own way, to rebuild a second time, with the warning of the dangers of arcane, which Vasselheim still to this day holds as one of its prime oaths. Many of these vestiges you seek were destroyed.
Yeah, G. Herka, from what I have, not necessarily from what I've seen, but from what I understand, most of the time when Titan, pre-god mythology comes into it, the main distinction between a Titan and a god is that a Titan did not derive, like a Titan was not born from another sentient thing. So it's like Zeus and Odin are gods because they were derived from the Titans, whereas the Titans or the Jotuns were derived from just from unthinking forces, or they just represent unthinking forces, given sentience. So that is my understanding. But I am not a theology or a mythology expert. I do think it's interesting how nature magic once again overlooked in the arcane versus divine debate. I do think it's interesting, but I also think that it has sort of been my interpretation of it so far has been that nature is sort of linked in with arcane, or at least it's sort of on that same side. So like I don't think that they're like as, they're going to be as hard on it, but it seems like in Matt's version in Exandria, the main druid circles, these Ashari tribes, are each related to a single primordial element, and the dark gods sort of, they didn't get like on the side of the Titans, but it was like after the Titan fight, they were kind of like, ooh, maybe the other gods aren't cool. And I but it is like a distinct, like, lacking. Like, it's not part of like the current penance and the current warning, but it does seem to be derived from like an older enemy. So I think that like the divine people would still be, I think the divine people would still be like kind of against nature, but not as against it as arcane, because arcane was specifically corrupting, whereas nature was chaotic and destructive, but not necessarily corrupting. It's an interesting distinction. It's a very interesting distinction. And I could be totally wrong. And if they asked him about it in reference to nature magic, he might have had a very different answer. That's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Azir or Olympians? Yeah. Titans won and we live in a Titan world. History written by the victors. Always. Matt often describes nature magic as divine. That is interesting. And I mean, in certain contexts, it is. Like, in some settings, the only difference is that nature magic is, like, derived from nature-related gods. And most of the time, they're kind of ascribed separately. Like, they're sort of described separately from the regular gods, but not in like a meaningful way. It isn't, I don't even want to necessarily call it an oversight. Like, you don't need to involve, like, have a distinction there, but it is interesting. And if you wanted to have a distinction there, it's definitely a room for novelness. Like, talking about like this very like stark divine versus arcane is like one of the novel things about Matt's histories and myths. There's definitely room for expansion on the differences between nature and divine that could be a very direct vector for something novel within your own creation myths at your tables. So anarchists, since according to the lore drop, all the gods physically fought against them. Yeah. Keyleth clearly feels that nature is separate from the gods, but there's a god of nature. Well, there are also nature clerics, but nature clerics within the context of D&D are different than druids. So there is a difference mechanically, but you sort of have to derive within your own setting what you think the difference is, or if there is a difference. Maybe nature clerics, maybe their magic just manifests differently than druids. Also Arcana clerics. There are also Arcana clerics, which is, I would honestly be interested to know if Arcana clerics exist within Matt's world. Like, I'm not super into, like, banning entire classes, but I would be down to, especially if none of my players wanted to play one, or, like, were, like, super duper interested in playing one. I think it's interesting to ban certain, subclasses, like knowledge clerics, or like grave clerics, to help define your world, or like ban them within like certain regions. And if someone wants to play one, you know, you can have it be a last of your kind, first of your kind sort of scenario, sort of storyline. But I do think that like banning those things selectively can go towards characterizing your setting and your world very very heavily if you like ban certain subclasses to where the mechanics now reflect your lore, because there is sometimes just going to be a difference between the mechanics and the lore. But if you marry the two, especially by selectively excising certain things, it can be very evocative if your players are down with it. Are grave clerics arcane? No, sorry. I meant I was just using it as another example of something that might get selectively banned. Like if you wanted to ban like grave and death clerics, it could be something where like the underworld is not ruled over by any of the gods. Like maybe the underworld is like a totally separate from like clerical or divine magic. So that is maybe a situation where you might ban grave or domain, but they're not necessarily arcane. At least in the same way as like knowledge clerics. The cleric or the divine soul sorcerer? It's a good question. It's a good question to answer for yourself, Dr. Hoovy. It's like a god or a saint of technical progress. I mean, that definitely exists, especially within D&D lore, with there literally being a god of magic. It's definitely a thing. But I think that playing on the contradiction could be interesting if you think there is one. Ban all the classes. Ban all the classes. Arcane and Divine are lore-wise different, but there are spells on both lists that needs explanation in my mind. You could say that, like, things of different sources can produce the same effect. So it's sort of like lighting a fire. You can light a fire with a magnifying glass, with, you know, a what do they call it? Like a bow saw, where it like, you know, spins the piece of wood on the other piece of wood. You can light it with flint and steel with like magnesium. So there's a lot of different ways to light a fire, to light a bonfire, but they're all, you know, different sources. So you can sort of justify it like that, Daniel. But you could also justify it a totally different way. I don't disagree with you that needs explanation. And figuring out that explanation is good for world building. Because when you make those sorts of small choices, like this whole history, this whole pantheon, these Vasselheim itself, came out of, I think, a few small decisions on Matt's part. Like, he wanted to have divine versus arcane be a very distinct thing in his world. Or at least in some areas of his world. And that's a very small choice. But then you can just kind of follow out the logic of it. Of like, okay, well, if that's the case, then I need to work that into the creation myth. I need to maybe have a city, you know, if a city's very religious, they'd be very against arcane. Like, you can start to kind of lay that out as a track from like one small decision. For simple things like fire, that makes sense. I don't know off the top of my head how weird the overlap spells get. I kind of like Arcane and Divine not being as different as people believe. Yeah, like different sources of power. Because, I mean, there's only so many things that can exist within the physical world. Like, there are only so many things that can physically happen on the material plane. So, similar external sources even if they're very different, in their own planes of existence, the way that they manifest on the material plane could just be due to the restrictions of the material plane itself. It is like, oh man, maybe on other planes these spells do manifest differently, but on the material plane they manifest the same because of certain physical restrictions. I don't know. It's very cool. And then there's pact magic, as always.
Some were kept, some were lost, some were entombed. Some were refound and rediscovered and are used as symbols of power. But since this second spark of civilization...
Oh god, we're almost to the next ad break. I mean, it makes sense. That was a massive lore drop.
The gods felt that the true penance was the destruction of all that people had built.
He does say that people had built.
Our arrogant brothers and sisters of that day. We've had other new civilizations. Marquette. These are the newer cities of the Third Age.
May I ask? Vestiges. The wording of these legends, it seems vague. Does no one know anything about what they were? Is that a stand-in for things we don't understand or know about? What are these vestiges?
We know of them, but understand, artifacts and relics of this power are very dangerous. And what better way to hide things of such power than to destroy the knowledge of where they may be, or that they even existed?
Sir, I come from the Ashari people.
Yes.
We are here to protect those boundaries that we set several thousand years ago. Do you think that some of this knowledge might still be within my people?
It is possible. I am not a practitioner of the history of the Shari people.
Objects with that much power have to leave some trace. Somewhere. Anything you can think of. A place to start.
Full reserve. The monks keep some of the most ancient of texts. We here at Vasselheim keep watchful eye on things that relate to the wars of old, the history of our deities, our temples. Don't repeat the mistakes that we have. The monks are more eclectic in their collections. Perhaps they can be more aid.
Maybe not all of the reserve was destroyed. Maybe they have secret rooms underground where they keep the most ancient of texts. We should at least check.
It would be worth looking, at the very least.
Allura was on her way there.
Hi,
Never found
Bearer. These dragons who are running rampant across the world, them being chromatic dragons, you think they have pledged their loyalty to the Queen?
If they have, it's a very... No. They would not be able to shroud the sight of the Platinum Dragon himself.
Isn't it very strange for dragons to pledge their allegiance to any other dragon?
Chromatics it is.
Then why are they serving the red one?
The red one.
The Syndicate.
Thordak.
Thordak.
That's what he calls himself.
I mean, I don't know. G-Herka. We don't know. We don't have an exact definition of what a god is in this setting. And we don't have a precise definition of what Orcus is. Even within the lore of Exandria, there's even debate about like Vecna being a god or not a god, or like kind of half a god. So it seems like the god definition is pretty vague. So it's tough to say who was around back in the day and who wasn't.
He's ancient. He was in the fire realm, the fire plane, and broke free. And now he has other dragons serving him.
Chromatic dragons respond to a few things. Gold, dominance, and strength. This red dragon is as ancient and as powerful as you say. Perhaps even he could bully lesser dragons.
Right. Or do you think it's possible that he's offering any one of those rewards?
There are many possibilities. You may have to ask one of them yourself.
Distinct feeling we'll get that chance.
So, if this is the third age, does that mean the fourth is upon us?
I hope not.
As do I.
But if it does, we will do everything we can to see that this city stands. It is the only link we have to the past. And should Vasselheim fall, I dare say all is lost.
At the cost of everything else, Vasselheim stays.
Ouch.
That's my only question.
That is your question. From here, civilization can spring anew. People can defend themselves and thrive thereafter. The rest of the world is scattered. Petty squabbles, selfish, personal endeavors that lead to foolishness and treachery. Should this city fall and one of those remain,
Yeah, there's certainly none of that.
that is a breeding ground.
Certainly none of that here. Certainly no petty squabbles that might, indenture a party of adventurers to a guild until they complete some tasks. No sort of petty squabble in here.
Ground for the dark powers that lie beyond the veils.
Shit, I keep forgetting to use the Elgato thing.
It is only here that those who are the most devout could truly have the hearts and minds to guide us, Bahamut forbid, into a fourth age.
Well, thank you for all your help. One more question before we leave you to your...
Which Kima slams her hammer on the ground. I was like,
Oh my god, can we just go? I'm sick of hearing him rattle on! Moore puts his hand out. Ah.
On our journey, we may have to travel long distances quite often. Is there any means of quick travel to other parts of the continent from Vasselheim? We
Perhaps
would
the
have
flying carpets that you have lying around.
airships, teleportation circles, any means that you know.
We do not deal in such teleportation magics beyond the divine provided ones, and those, I assume, are beyond most of you. However, there is still the Skyport, which I believe you arrived in when you first came to us.
Yep.
Other than that, if none among you are able to achieve any sort of distance translocation, then I highly doubt you have the ability to really stand up against these dragons you seek to destroy.
We got it. It's fine. It's handled.
Thank you for the vote of
I
confidence.
think we have everything we need here.
Yes, unless you have any, amulets or, magical things.
How's that
lying
horn of
around to help
Orcus
us.
going, by the way?
A good question, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Snay on the Ornhay.
Sorry.
And with that,
So no on the magic items of protection.
I have business for the day.
Cool.
I'm not going to ask him how his family is.
No, don't do that.
Kima, show our guest out, please.
with pleasure. Slings her maul up on her shoulder. Let's step outside first.
Okay.
And she leads you all outside. The temple doors close. As soon as the doors close, and she tells the two guards, "Shove off, please. We have to have a conversation." That was kind of frustratingly turn around and go back and close the door. As soon as the door was closed behind her, she goes, "Oh my God, guys!" and rushes out and starts giving hugs to everyone that she knows. She skips you, asks to be introduced. She's like, and
Zara.
I don't believe you.
Kima.
I'm Zara.
Zara, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet Kima.
Kima, Lady Kima.
Lady Kima.
Mm-hmm.
Lady. All right.
And have you met Cash? Cashaw.
Kasha, Fesh.
You're
All right, then.
brooding.
Don't mean to be. It's been a rough... Yes, thank you.
All right, so I caught some of that discussion. Dragons. What are we after here?
Big scary dragons.
I tend to glaze over when he's talking.
Everyone's gone, Kima.
Yeah, basically full big fuck off.
This is a very different Kima than I remember. I remember Kima being incredibly... I remember Kima being much more like High Bearford than, like, what's going on now. She is... I remember her, like, if you had just had Matt talk and, like, given both of those speeches and, like, read those lines and been like, which one of these is Kima? I would have absolutely said it was the one giving the Vord speech. Fascinating. Interesting. I mean, I guess maybe it's because she's no longer on her vision quest. I don't know. This is the Kima we were talking about when we said she would enjoy VM's drunken antics. I see that. I very much see that. Kima was also just out of a torture chamber following a divine dream. I mean, true. Yeah, she was probably a little bit more secluded, or what would you call it? Not secluded. I don't know the word. How the fly has been partially described in a previous ep, I believe. Interesting. Oh yeah, there are guests. Yeah.
Of chromatic dragons
Shit. God, I forgot to do the fucking play again. Shit.
destroyed him on, and then Western, and
Allura
Allura
went
was
to go
there. She
check
was
it out.
very
She
upset.
went with
Is she all right? Is Ali all right?
Drake
She's fine.
to Western to find out what happened.
Yeah, Ali is fine.
We just parted ways with her. I've got such a headache.
2 days ago.
My home temple's in Western.
Oh,
We should definitely go there. We need to look at the Cobalt Reserve as well. We need to meet up with Allura, though. She was...
All right, well, I'm with you, wherever you need me.
What do we?
I just
There's an
pass
airport.
Vax my
just like,
water
where are we
canteen,
going?
kind of, on the sly.
And I very obviously chugged the entire thing.
oh okay.
Also, small aside, when I also don't know how close we are to ad break. Oh, probably pretty fucking close. All right, we got 5 minutes till ad break. Small aside, I think that was a solid lore drop. I think that was a solid lore drop. I think that the NPC gave them an amount of lore at a level of detail that makes a lot of sense. Like and especially within the context of like he's not gonna help. So the best thing that you can do if you like, you know, aren't actively rooting for everyone to die is give, you know, the information that you have if you're not going to give, you know, more direct assistance. So I think that like the lore drop felt appropriate. I think the amount of lore that he dropped felt appropriate. And it felt appropriate for him to know all of this, especially if the vestiges are like part of the creation myths. So I think very solid lore drop on Matt's part. Very solid.
Good for you, you started early. I'm jealous.
Kima, it's been very hard since we last saw you.
I can see it on your faces. You all look a bit harrowed.
Harry?
You surprise me day after day, Grog.
Well, thank you. You don't have to hide it around me, it's okay.
All right, where are we off to?
That's a good question.
Where are we going?
What
What
are
are
our
we
options?
Cobalt Reserve, he said twice.
Yes,
Cobalt
but that's
Reserve.
Western, so
It's
we
been
will be-
destroyed. It's been
Not
fucked up.
necessarily. I mean,
Well,
yes,
let's
fucked
go
up,
to
but-
the air.
We still need to go talk to Earthbearer Grood
Yeah.
to see
Let's-
what kind of missile was there.
I also really need to check out the fire shari.
The fire sharks are on the way.
All right, let's
Too many.
count out the things that we want to do. Not what we're going to choose, just what we have to do, and then we'll choose something. We've got
Shit, I forgot to reset the timer again.
Cobalt Reserve, which may or may not be totally fucked,
It
right?
could give us information about these dragons.
Yeah, we need to go by there regardless. We need to stop by Western.
Okay. So there's
A shard.
Cisa's mate
That's down by Western.
down by Western in the mountains.
That's on the way.
Yeah. We've got your people.
Which is the
Also
opposite
on the way
direction.
out the door.
It is?
It's right.
It's not far from here.
It's three days, about roughly 3 days travel southwest of
nearby.
Vasselheim.
But there's
Roughly
trees. There's trees.
There
we can
are
go
trees.
through.
I can also pop through a tree. I can pop through a tree through most places. We can pop through a tree and get us to Western. As long as we take a nap.
Or charter a ship.
3 options. Are we forgetting anything?
And
Okay, I'm actually to put the ad more on the hour because it's a little bit off the hour right now. I'm gonna run it immediately right now. So quick bathroom break, quick vocal break, quick ad, 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Alrighty. We are back on Twitch. What's up, everybody? OBS is giving me a warning. Are we still good? Are we still good? All right, YouTube and Twitch both say I'm good. So as long as I still am appearing good on both platforms, I installed a fucking warning that now warns me if I drop more than like 1 frame at a time. I think I dropped like 2. So probably wouldn't even show up on y'all's end. But okay, good. But now I have a warning just in case it fucking starts to happen. All right, cool.
And Grog wants to talk to
Earthbearer Master Splinter.
Earthbreaker.
While we talk to him.
Well,
Percy really wants an airship. Dear gods, does he want an airship?
What a perfect way to make our way quickly and efficiently.
Let's just
all
talk
these places.
Quickly, efficiently.
You can go through trees.
Walk through trees.
Only trees that
It's a new
she's
thing
seen and knows very well.
Look, the Earthbreaker is here.
Luckily,
She
all
has to have a
places that we are
relationship with
going,
these trees.
we've been to.
I mean, if we're spiraling out, right? The Earthbreaker's here.
Let's
the
go there,
Ashari are
then.
close by, and then we're talking about in and around Western.
Yeah, so let's
Roll.
go to the Earthbreaker.
Yeah, let's go to the
Earthbreaker
Followed by the
first.
Ashari.
All right.
Make our way
Followed
over
by the
there.
airship.
Here we
Followed
go.
by the airship.
Earthbaker, as in Don Marshall, the great Don Marshall of, I've only seen him from a distance. He's a rough-looking fella.
Yeah, right. He's got a pair of arms on him, doesn't he?
I'm excited to see this. Puts her over her shoulder and seems rocking down her little legs, kind of ching 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 with the armor down the stairs.
Wait, hold up, Kimber. Hold up. What do you mean, you like? Have you spoken with him before?
I've seen him punch someone's head clear off.
Off of his body.
What?
That is so cool.
You only turn him into paste.
Level up.
I'm excited.
Oh dear.
You're not the only one. And she continues rushing ahead. You can tell, you get the feeling that Kima's been locked up and been doing
Yeah.
temple stuff for quite some time and is very happy to get out of her general duties.
Lead the way, shit kicker.
You guys head back down the outside of the Heaven Stair, making your way back to the outside of the Trial Forge. And you can still see now it's middle afternoon. All the forges throughout the town are in full steam. You can see big plumes of black smoke pouring out of the various steel works.
On our way there, I kind of pace next to Cash. So, have you met Kima?
No.
Because I get the feeling that you guys knew each other almost.
No, never met Kima in my life. She didn't seem to like me very much, which is odd because everyone else seems to think I'm an amazing guy. The Vax and Vex, everyone telling me they love my eyes and they love this. I don't know. It's weird. A bunch of your friends are just very weird.
Oh, you seem really put off by it. I didn't know it was like so.
I'm not used to
that you
being
said so
around
hard.
people all the time. I have one real friend, and that's C. And I'm only with her because she saved my life. I'd do anything for her. Everybody else, it's odd for me.
Yeah, I feel that.
Here's one thing I wanted to say to you, though, about our kiss. I'm very happy that it happened, but I shouldn't have stolen it. And for that, I apologize.
You don't need to apologize. I also don't ever want to hurt anyone,
Of course.
physically or emotionally.
Nor me.
Okay.
I'm glad we got that cleared up.
So as you guys approach the outside steps that lead up to the doors of the Trial Forge, you can see the large kind of rust red colored monument temple to Cord, very rigid and very much a temple built to withstand. It's a fortress more than a temple. And you see above it still, you can see versus across the lip at the very top of the front walkway, a little bit of the Cord statue kind of looking over the entirety of this section of Vasselheim.
Oh boy.
The doors are actually ajar. They're open.
Oh.
There are 2 Dawn Marshals there in their armor with the colors of Cord. And as you approach, they step out of the way.
Yes. Clearly my presence is recognized in this great hall. Good day. Good day. Wouldst thou care to follow me inside?
Let's do
Oh,
this.
let's go.
Verily,
Yes, let's
verily.
Verily.
So I say, good lord.
So,
My liege.
as you walk in, the 2 Dawn Marshals that are out there kind of put their arms together and they lower their head and bow. And as you enter, they
mimicked that
close
shit, by
the
the
doors
way.
behind you guys. So the doors slam behind you, and you feel like the stone kind of shift from the impact of the 25, 30 foot tall doors that mark the front of this.
It's all right. Pucker up. We're okay.
The echo of the stone slam kind of down the long hall. And you can see there large pillars that mark the run to the central chamber. And you've been here before. And as you walk across the smooth, very, very simple stonework ahead, you can see there is the central portion. It's almost like a giant cross. Like both sides of the temple kind of meet at the center. And there is a circular dip in the ground. Not really a pit, it's only about 4 feet down, but it is filled with like a coarse sand. And as you guys walk up to that edge, each monk kind of acknowledging you as you pass quietly, you can hear the gentle chanting in the distance of kind of low, rumbling Gregorian voices, just kind of. And there, sitting in the center of this open, circular sand patch, is Earthbreaker himself. He is sitting there, legs crossed, arms resting at the edge of his knees, eyes closed. You can see, even from here, for those who haven't seen him before, he wears simple, free-flowing pants of a dark reddish color with like a gold trim on the sides, but they're tattered towards the bottom. He has what looks like a one-shoulder wrap across the front there, and these large prayer beads that hang around his neck. His skin is very dark and weathered by sun and training, and he is probably the most muscular human being you've seen for his proportional form. He is a human being built for discipline and physical martial training in battle. Older though still, you can see his long gray beard that kind of rests about middle to his chest. The kind of balding on the front a little bit, the rest of his gray hair kind of rests to his mid-back, and he just sits there quietly in the center. The rest of the monks have kind of gathered up and begun to form around the circle.
How many monks would you say?
Right now, about 15.
One time.
Yeah.
Are they making any? Are they talking at all? Or are they all super quiet?
Super quiet.
I like. So I wrote it down, but it's not a huge. It's just a world building compliment. This monastic order being very directly related to Cord. It could almost be like in-world argued that there's not a significant difference between these people and Highbearer Vord, right? They're both god servants, but making it more of a monastic order and making Earthbreaker seemingly a monk in terms of like player sheets is a good excuse for mechanics, right? I think it's a really good in-world, in-fiction excuse for to marry all of the monk stuff of being like very combat capable, but also seemingly sort of like spiritual at peace sort of deal. So I like it. Like I said, not super complicated, just a nice little touch.
I'll walk up to within like 20 feet of Earthbreaker Grood.
Okay, so you leap down into the sand pit?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys inside, Grog, you leap off.
How deep is it, by the way?
You don't know how deep it is, but it's not. There's hard sand. It's packed, so you just kind of.
Yeah, but like the depression, is it like a couple
the
feet?
depression is like an inch.
Okay, cool.
I mean the depression into the actual ground.
Into the pit, yeah.
About 4 feet.
Oh shit! Right. Yeah.
So you like vault into it.
Land. Does he move at all?
No. He's still kind of facing a little bit away from you in the far corner.
I put my fist in my hand and I bow slightly. Does he move at all?
The silence is broken immediately by a low rumbling voice that seems to have no particular source in the vicinity where you stand. It says,
"You come because your lands now harbor a terrible conflagration. How do you think Groom can assist?"
Still facing away from you.
Bro, everyone knows. I mean, Vanessa didn't know, but seems like everyone else is pretty aware. Osisa was aware. Highbreaker Vord was aware. I mean, he confirmed that it wasn't Tiamat. So, like, maybe the visions aren't as direct, but Earthbreaker Karun is very aware.
We have traveled near and far, great Grood,
It's like Sesame
and
Street.
we would like to bequest upon you a moment of your time.
Why is he doing the talking? Why is he doing the talking?
Especially notice this time, his name is Groon. At which point he stands up. And, would only come to about your, like, sternum, height-wise. but is just this like tense. Every muscle is seemingly there's not an ounce of fat on this body, and it's,
protein shake.
yeah,
Paleo.
turns around towards you and says,
You stray from the darkness that I warned you, for this current distraction is too great. Even your blood is drawn to the flames of promise and power. This shall be a test to see if you will break against the shadow.
What shall be a test?
What's a test?
I know many things, Grog Strongjaw.
You said my full name.
But such knowledge is earned, not given. Where do you find your strength?
What's he talking about, Grog?
as you're thinking,
Oh.
in a blinding instant, you see a flash of movement, and like a dagger in your stomach, his elbow is 20 feet in an instant, and it slammed you right in the center of your abdomen. The breath just escapes you as you fall back, unable to really catch yourself, and just land flat on your back in the sand.
We're all hanging back.
Puts his arm down.
Just watching. Yep.
Strongjaw, where do you find your strength?
In my anger.
You walk between worlds. Weakness in mind or weakness in conviction. What do you stand for? Where do you find your strength?
At which point, as you're getting up, there's another blinding flash for a second, and your feet are left out from under you. Go ahead and make an athletics check, because you're not prepared for this one.
Gonna get smacked down.
19.
Your feet go out from under you as you slam onto your back. You just barely caught your breath before it's almost knocked out again. He's looking down at you this time. Once again, his eye is just white.
Choose. Choose the two here who would save you. Who would push you to your potential. Choose your bloody muses.
Does he mean us?
Do they have to be here?
He looks over to the rest of you on the side of the pit.
Choose.
Do they have to be here is so fucking funny. I know he's saying I choose my buddy Pike, who is, not there. But at first it just sounds like I don't want any of these fucking jamokers standing for me. It's so accidentally insulting. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay, yeah. I was, in the moment theorizing if it's just like poetic, like, the shadow of the dragons, or if it was Umbrasil, but it seems like he's not into Craven Edge. It seems like he's like, yo, you're fucking on the fucking juice, my man. You are not natty anymore. You need to give that shit up. Especially, like, I don't think it's a stretch to assume that whatever Craven Edge is, whatever it's related to, it is not one of the cool gods. It is either purely arcane or it is one of the fucking dark gods, at minimum. So he's doping, and I don't think Groon is into that. Yeah.
I'll choose my buddy Pike.
She's not here.
Pike's not here.
I don't care, I'll just say it anyway. I choose Vax. And I choose Scanlan.
We give him his strength, sir.
As you finish that sentence, two monks that you failed to notice are behind you shove both of you into the pit. Make acrobatics checks, both of you guys.
I gotta fight. Oh, I got a 10. 34.
Okay. You tumble, catch Grog's arm, and lift him onto his feet as you land yourself at his side. Scanlan is face down in the sand.
Are we talking still?
I would just like to point out that I'm mostly sober.
This will help.
Groon takes 2 steps back and just closes his eyes and puts his arms to the side.
No. Show me your conviction.
Oh, snap!
You 3 to roll initiative.
Natural 20! Yeah!
a natural 20.
Oh, snap.
Oh, look at the pretty.
Wow.
Oh, shit's getting real.
So the statues that are set at the edge of this.
Awesome.
We'll put you, Grog, there.
We go to the Cobalt Reserve first.
And
It's so
Ooh.
cool. Oh, this is awesome, Matt. Look how little they are.
move this way a little bit just so you guys can see.
Wow.
There you go.
In just a little bit.
What?
I will say something that I am watching throughout this is I don't need this shit to necessarily be constructed like a one shot. I think that there was a golden opportunity that Matt was presenting to them for like a one shot type scenario. But I don't think it needs to be that. But you do, I think, need to involve your guest players. And right now, they, to me, have been more audience member than player. Now, I'm just bringing it up right now to say it's on my mind. It's something I'm looking out for. And we will see if something else, kind of happens. But so far, this even this sort of fight, I don't think it's reasonable to ever suspect that Grog would pick Kasha and Z, So I'm interested to see if there are any more direct involvement that Matt can kind of proc.
You guys don't die.
Yeah.
All right, so let me get Groon's sheet out here.
Is it just us against one person?
It's really strong.
And he's gonna kick your guys' ass.
Can you see? You want to switch seats so you can see?
No, I can't.
Okay.
See
All right, so 25 to 20.
25 off a natural 20.
Ooh, snap.
All right,
Oh man.
20 to 15.
19.
19.
Oh wow.
16.
16. Scanlan.
Nice.
All right, perfect.
Grog.
First steps first. You, Vax. Just aim his arms out.
Lick my boots of haste.
Lick him hard.
And use my bonus action to hide behind Grog's thigh and hold my turn.
Until what? What's your
Till
trigger?
Grog moves towards the Earthbreaker.
Okay.
That's when I'm gonna go with him. If I can.
Well, if your movement is in your turn, it's your action you have to hold. So,
Oh boy.
so are you gonna wait behind him?
Well, let me just think for 10 seconds
Yeah,
only.
you got, dude.
Yeah, okay, so I use my bonus action to hide. Do I need to roll for that?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's no, that's okay. That's fine because remember, I'm me. So that's a 25.
Okay.
I guess behind Grog.
You have no idea where you
No,
are.
I'm going to throw fucking daggers at this guy.
Go for it.
Because I'm first.
All right.
Oh my god.
Is it in the dagger?
I'm first. I am.
Okay, first is 24.
24 hits.
And then so I use my bonus action to hide, which means I can
Right.
do 2, right? So okay, and the second is not that
I
great.
don't know what you're so worried about.
Is luck. Better. Second is a 30. Ooh.
Yeah, both hit.
Okay, now I'm the first to attack, which means that it is. Oh, it's a 19.
What's the range you can in this?
I'm sharpshooter, man.
What's the max range?
60.
Yeah, you're
Okay, so I'm hidden behind Grog, so it should be sneak attack, and I'm the first to go, so it's a crit.
fine. You're the first to go. It is a crit. It is not a sneak attack.
It's not a sneak attack, even though I use my bonus to hide behind Grog's big fat leg.
Where could you possibly be, Vax?
He's huge!
Where could you have possibly hidden from the sight in the middle of this giant open sandy arena?
He's disappeared.
I don't know.
I'm drunk. I'm fighting in the pit.
That's okay.
Your mind, your
But it is.
Alright, so there's no sneak attack, but it's a crit, right? Because I'm the first to attack?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so the first attack.
Wait, well, no, it's surprise, not first to attack. He's not surprised.
He's not surprised.
No, not first. It's just surprised.
Oh god, I'm drunk. Tell me what's going on.
You hit him twice. Roll damage.
Fine.
I know, I'm so
One goes up
confused.
8, and then 8. 8.
All right.
Almost as
The
good
first
as
one,
looking.
he deflects with his hand, and it kind of cuts the arm, and you see the little flash of this damage it dealt. The second one, he's going to use his reaction to do deflect missiles.
Oh, that's cool. Some Bruce Lee shit.
Yeah. He reduces the damage entirely, spends one of his key points, he catches the dagger, and throws it right back at you.
Okay, I'm gonna use uncanny dodge.
Not back at you, though, because you're currently behind Grog.
Oh.
Hi.
Are you still face down in the sand?
What's going on?
That's 18 hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Oh, it's just advantage.
So,
God, so many details.
you take 12 points of piercing damage. As he chucks Vax's dagger back at you, it sinks into your shoulder suddenly, before it vanishes and returns to your belt side.
Oh, I'm sorry. All I've heard was Scanlan. My buddy Scanlan.
That's true, that is all you heard.
All right. Now it is Rune's turn.
It's even funnier when you think
Rune
about
is going to rush up to the front of Grog. Actually, no, to the side here, so you're both in combat, technically. And is going to make
Can the rest of us do
a
anything?
flurry of blows attack using
No,
another one of his key
I mean-
points.
I think so. I
it.
mean,
We could,
Does he get advantage for going first? I honestly can't remember. I thought it was. Oh, you're right. It's advantage if you go first, but it is only the auto crit on a hit if they're surprised. I believe you're right, Albie. So it would have been sneak attack. It just wouldn't have been the crit. That, yeah. I think you're correct, because there's like assassinate has like two different effects. I believe the two effects are if you go before them in the initiative order, it's advantage. If they're surprised, auto crit. Yeah. There we go. So it is, yeah. He should have gotten the sneak attack, but not the crit.
But we pissed
So
everyone
make
off.
4 attacks, all against you, Grog.
Oh, shit.
So that's a 27 hits. I'm pretty sure. Cocked. 26. 16.
Look, Daniel, this is why I'll say. I said it during the fucking Super Geek Mike interview. If we have a fucking a chart of like, you know, fucking crunch. If we have a chart of crunch to like, I don't know, like LARPing, you know, if this is, you know, the midpoint right here, I think D&D sits pretty nicely somewhere in this range, I would say. You know, I would say it's to the right of the midpoint. I think it's relatively close to the midpoint from what I've seen. But lighter. Yeah. Pathfinder is more like there to there. Is sort of like, this is like 5e, and then Pathfinder is sort of, it's like Pathfinder 2e. And then you have, you know, all of the previous D&D editions, yeah. It's but to its predecessors, yeah, absolutely. Pathfinder 1 is my start. I know it can get crunchier. It's certainly, no. I wouldn't say it's on the lighter end. I would honestly say that Daggerheart is kind of like from here to here, I think. I think Daggerheart falls kind of within this range. I don't know why this is so high up. Don't talk to me about it. That is my impression of Daggerheart so far. I think it's maybe to the left of the midpoint, although I haven't played it enough yet. I could also see an argument that it maybe even straddles the midpoint, and maybe like over here is something like Bit D. I could very much hear an argument for that. Candella's way on the light end. That'd be interesting, because I've heard a lot about Candela. And, like, in my head, it's like Bit D, and then over here we have City of Mist. Like City of Mist is, like, over here to me. And I've heard Candela mostly described as like Bit D. So I'm wondering if it's actually that light, or if it just seems light in comparison to like DH 5e Pathfinder. Because I think most people have played games that are mostly on the crunch end of the spectrum. I think that the LARP end has a little bit less going on. Where's Granola? I don't know. Okay, I have no idea what Granola is. Thing is, the way I play it, I get things wrong until I learn the rule. Yeah, absolutely. I get that. I absolutely get that. About complexity in Daggerheart, but I'll find some place to put that in the Discord to not derail us further. That's fair. That's very fair. The crunchiest I've ever dealt with was Dark Eye. Yeah. I've never played anything crunchier than I've never played anything in this spectrum. So I can't fully say for full crunch, what I'm thinking of in terms of full crunch is Warhammer 40K. Like that's what I'm thinking of in terms of like full crunch. But even my scale might be off. Where's Granola with respect to Captain Crunch? Oh, I get it now. Oh my god, I get it now. Anyways.
Oh, this is
28.
Damn.
Oh.
This is when you want to be fighting Will Wheaton.
Okay, you take
He's doing a lot of math.
31 points of bludgeoning damage. and his kick just whack right across the jaw. You haven't even raged yet, and the pain is intense. Your vision goes white for a second. Go ahead and make a dex saving throw.
Oh man.
7.
As his fourth action whoosh, hits you feet out from under you, and you're knocked prone on the ground.
Oh shit! This guy's a pass. He gets 4 actions.
Yes.
Bunks, man.
Bunks. That's his turn. Grog, you're up now.
And we can't do anything. I want to get involved. Yeah.
I would like to rage. I'd like to stand up, please.
Oh, come on.
Do I have to roll for that?
No, you just have to move for that.
I take out Craven Edge, and I'd like to swing twice against.
Go for it.
That's a 25.
25 hits.
25 hits, that's good. And a 17.
Misses.
17. 21 points of damage.
21 points of damage already.
And roll for the DC.
Yeah, he makes it.
Bitch.
Sorry. All right, so
Can I move? Or is it getting
you can move if you want. Yeah.
I want to move around. Just stay right next to him, but move around behind him.
Right there, you mean?
Yeah.
Vex is there, then that would be kind of your flanking.
Dude, so we're we talk about in terms of like NPCs that I really like, right? I've always talked about how I really, really liked Silas. I really thought that Silas's mechanics were very evocative. Even when Craven Edge was being wielded by him, I thought it was very, very felt very right as a weapon that would be wielded by a vampire. And I loved his off-turn movement. I thought Silas was super cool. I think it would be very cool, and maybe this will be a how does he do it? I don't know. I think it would be a very, very cool feature to give Earthbreaker Groon that, like, you still roll the save regardless, but you tell Grog, oh, he failed the save, and you feel Craven Edge try to drain the strength from Earthbreaker Groon, and it can't. Like, I think that would be a very cool passive feature to give Earthbreaker Groon within the context of this story about, like, yeah, basically, like, fucking trying to put Grog in his place for doping. And for, taking the dark power. All dark power comes with a price. You're taking a shortcut, Grog. You're not fucking putting in the work for these gains. And it would be very symbolic of Groon's point that because he put in the gains, the dark curse, the cheat, the shortcut doesn't work on him. We'll see. I think that would be sick. I think that would be very sick. Still roll the save, and the moment that he fails one, you just narrate how it just doesn't fucking work.
There. Okay, cool. Then it's your turn. Scanlan, you're up.
And potentially, this might be going too far, but potentially even, like, does damage back to Grog. I don't know. Like, Craven Edge activates, and since it can't drain the strength from Groon, it drains it from Grog instead. Like, once it's activated, it has to draw it from somewhere. And so it drains it from Grog, it drains it from his user, and it's a monkey's paw, it's a lesson, whatever. I think that could be cool. I think that would be very interesting for this very symbolic, very, plot-driven fight that's happening right now. Let's just skip forward. He's figured it all out. Yeah. But yeah, I think that would be cool. We'll see if that happens. I think that would be sick.
Did Grog moving activate Vax? Didn't you hold your turn or something?
No,
oh, you didn't. Okay.
Chuck knives.
All right, I'll stand up out of the sand, and I will I will look extremely weak, and I will sing a song to him. I will attempt to cast with the horn eye bite on him, and I'll sing my I've bitten twice shy. Wow.
All right.
It's a wisdom save.
Best fight ever.
Eye bite.
Eye bite.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so it's a wisdom save.
The wisdom save.
All right. What's the DC?
It's 19.
No, he failed. What are you doing?
This is a good question. I don't know what to do.
Come on, Scanlan.
Should I make him fall asleep? I think no, because we want this fight to continue. That would sort of end it, won't it?
Do I don't know.
That's a great look to do something funny.
I wanted to go to sleep in the sand.
Okay.
Just curl up in the fetal position.
Okay. Well, what happens is
He's going fetal.
as soon as you move around, Grog, and you sing at him, he glances over you for a second, and his eyes can roll back, and he just falls back in the sand, unconscious.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that was a quick
At
fight.
which point, all the monks currently are kind of gasping and currently affected by eye bite. All right.
Fuck your symbolism, Matt. Fuck. Fuck this fight that you've given for us. Go to sleep. If this is not indicative of the action economy in D&D, I've never seen a better example. I have never seen a better example of the action economy in D&D. That's fucking awesome.
Do you want to move or you your turn? Bonus action?
I mean, he can't swipe at me if I walk away, so I'm gonna get away from him. Although he can move super fast. I'll walk a little bit away.
You're a problem.
Out in the middle of the room.
And I'll inspire Grog in case this fight continues, and I will sing.
Actually, you know what? No, go ahead. I've got to read something. Go ahead. Downfall.
I will sing, Hail to the Goliaths, hail victory, blood on the warpath, fight for Vex and me.
Make a D10.
The Redskins fight song. That's amazing. Thank you.
I ain't using it.
It's Galen's turn back to you.
Grog, do we really want to do this? He's down, he's asleep.
What do we do?
Are we doing this? Are we really doing this? He's asleep.
Well, like, so if we hit him, does he wake up?
He will, but you'll get a few licks in.
We're not trying to kill him, we want him to work with us.
You fucking end him and you end him now.
Yeah, kill him.
Execution. All right, so I use dissing. No, I don't have to.
No, he's asleep.
Yeah, okay. So I got 2 daggers in my hands, and they spin around in my hand, and I just start beating him in the head.
I assume this is a sneak attack since he can't
Yes,
see
it
it.
is. Right
Yeah,
there.
sneak attack.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the first one.
We'll wake up after
Is it
this.
21?
Yeah, but he wait, right? He rolls for it.
As
don't
you
know,
go
actually.
and attempt to strike
Oh,
him,
no.
you have advantage on the attacks, by the way, because he's
Oh, well, then it is a. Oh, it's a 30.
Okay,
2.
good, that hits.
And then the second one is a 27, and the third one is a 17.
First 2 hit.
First 2 hit, and the first one is sneak attack with the blunt edge.
Which is doubled because he's unconscious.
Yeah, it is.
This is the attack within 5 feet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 9 plus.
Whoa, 3 plus 4 is 10, 16, 22, 23, 25 is 50.
Plus the 50, 59. 59 for the first.
59.
That's the wrong one. And then the second dagger does 10.
10. So as you whack, hit him in the head, he immediately comes back to consciousness.
Wait. And I'm gonna use my movement to run around and run all around behind Grog's buttocks.
Okay. As you move to the side, even on the ground, prone, he swings his leg out to try and catch you as you're running past. He has disadvantage on this anyway. There's still a 24 to hit.
What?
To hit? Oh, it's an attack. Even though he was unconscious?
He woke up,
Hit.
slammed him,
It hit.
second attack hit, and
That's
reactionary sees you rush off, he kicks his leg up and manages to catch you.
Yeah, I'm feeling that.
It doesn't manage to trip you, but it does deal.
Uncanny dodge.
So you deal half the damage on this.
Yep.
Alright, so you take...
Hey, whoa.
It would be 12 points of damage, you take 6.
Ankle.
It was still uncanny.
Yeah.
He's quite uncanny. Alright, then it's your turn?
Yes.
Alright, it's now his turn. Alright, so...
Acrobatic.
We're like waiting to see if he's awake or
I
not.
was like,
So yeah, until the spell ends, you use your action every turn to try and give him another effect if you want to do scaling. So he's close eyebite, but he's conscious.
can I change the effect, or does it always
You can
have
if you want to. When it comes to the next turn, it has to be in your turn to use your action to do it. He gets up, using half his movement,
Oh god.
which is fine. He's going to, as he looks over and you can see him kind of glance to the side of Grog and see where you are, as the giant like crack in the side of his head and the blood that's trickling down the side of his face. He switches around, still in melee with you, so he doesn't get an attack opportunity, and he's going to go armor attacks on you for 3. The natural 20. That's a 17.
No.
With the haste, I guess when it says miss.
Knives, yes.
And that is a 25.
That hits.
All right.
Two of those hit.
So the crit. 28 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, that's right.
And the last one is going to be 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
39.
And is going to use 3 key points. As he comes around, elbows you to the side of the face. You weren't expecting it, cracks you, and you feel like a tooth crack and the pain sears through your jaw. And you're like, oh! And then he brings his lower hand and hits you right in the center of the abdomen. And it hits you, and it hurts. But it's not as impactful as you thought it would be with the force. But you feel like this strange, like quivering vibration in your midsection, like almost like the muscles are spasming uncontrollably, and you don't quite understand why. That is going to end his turn. Grog, you're up.
No! And I go into a frenzied rage. If it's gonna be an ass beating we take, we might as well just get on with it, and I'll use Reckless Attack and Great Weapon Master against him.
Okay, go for it.
Which means he gets advantage on everything against me, but fuck it, he's hitting anyway. Oh, 19, so close. 28.
20 hits.
23.
23 hits.
16.
Misses.
Damn it, those are high.
You could have used your inspiration.
Threw it into his
I'm not listening to any of you. 32 on the first one.
Nice.
RG3 can help.
9, 17, 27 on the second one, and the third one missed.
Or miss. All right. Succeeds in the first save, 18 and 19. Yeah, saves both hits from Craven Edge. As you slam the blade into him twice, he's trying to parry them. He's like catching the blade off the side, but the strength is too strong. You know, jamming it into his forearm. As you pull away, the blood kind of streaks out. Each hit, he's still focused on you, and he's not showing any pain. He's not grimacing. You're just seeing the wounds being had, and he's just still intent on moving his expression, focused on you.
You made both those checks, okay?
Yeah. And at that moment, he looks at you and says, "You carry such a dark weapon with you." That's all he says. The end of your turn.
Yeah.
All right. Scanlan.
He's still eye bitten.
Correct. Yes. Actually, let's see you guys save at the end of his turn. Which he rolled a 1, so no.
Right. Instead of sleeping this time, I would like him to just get sick. Be sick. Want him to be sick now.
Kind of sick. Like puking or like the other one.
Oh, he's like diarrhea.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, Scanlan.
Good fight.
That's so embarrassing.
Alrighty,
Yep.
yeah. So
Round
as you keep
round
focusing, you can see like his form shifts a little bit, and you swear you hear the cramping of someone's abdominals in the distance, like a not happy digestive tract.
You didn't sleep well, did you? No, you didn't.
Like a tree cracking in the wind from the sky.
And I will turn to Vax this time and inspire him, and I will say, kill that monkey douchebag white boy! Kill that monkey douchebag boy! Take out your daggers and kill that monkey douchebag till he dies!
Figured it.
Got it.
Alright, that means the chat. Is it your turn to move or anything?
I'll move a little further away, it won't really help.
Alright,
He's still pressed up against Grog, right?
Correct.
Alright, I'm gonna use disengage and pivot around Grog. Right? Run all around the circle and get behind Scanlan.
Oh shit.
Yeah?
I was trying to get away from
Yeah,
him.
and I'm gonna throw 2 daggers
Go for it.
at him. Yeah, the first one's okay.
Natural
20! Wait, it's natural 20 on top of a sneak attack. What happens?
That means you.
Doesn't
Yeah, you double the sneak attack.
Doesn't quite.
You double it? You double it?
It's a critical hit. All the dice you roll for a critical hit. You
But
double.
for a reason, add that
And
shit up.
then you add the ability modifier at the end. So yes.
Let me take a moment.
Rogues, baby.
Okay.
Rogues, baby. Yeah, I definitely did not get that, Daniel. I definitely thought he meant monkey as in the animal. And I was like, that's kind of a weird lyric there. I don't know. That makes total sense that it is monk-e.
Blood back in your head.
Okay, that's a 9. Okay. I want to savor this.
Let's get it. It's great.
Alright, so, my god. 11. 15, 17, 18, 23, double, quadruple.
Quadruple, double.
23, 28.
Double.
Yeah, just double
It's double, not quadruple.
Not quadruple. Oh, so sneak attack is not double
No,
then on
it's
top of it?
not
Alright.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's
not
what you
surprising.
said.
So it doesn't stack.
No.
Yeah, but he's up against Grog. So I
It's
get
meaning you get sneak attack.
It's a sneak attack.
So you do sneak attack damage on him.
Just
you
take your
quickly
80
hit.
points
So
of
you just
damage.
double-
That's 160
double
points.
double sneak attack damage.
Yeah.
Right.
You said quadruple, it's not quadruple. Just times.
23, the sneak attack damage is
28 times 2.
56. Alright. Yeah.
That's good. There's no disappointment.
Now you look upset. And now you're on the knife.
68.
68.
Because it was 50.
Oh, total 68.
There's the dagger.
Gotcha.
Critical hit.
Poof!
Sneak attack. Got it.
He's going to use a key point to deflect missiles.
I'm gonna use my last bit of luck so that he has to roll again.
Okay. All right. It's not an attack roll in this yet. Just so you're aware.
Okay.
This isn't just reducing the damage he takes.
Oh, alright.
So that is a total of.
You know, I am normally pretty generous on like, you know, they're learning the rules still. It's, you know, it's still very new, Pathfinder, whatever. He fucking does this all the time. Like, this is like his main attack. It's not like he got something new and and you know, like hasn't interacted with these mechanics before, like Windwalk. He does this constantly. I'm not even like mad, like he should remember, but I am legitimately a little surprised and confused that this is like still a point of confusion. I don't know, but I also know, to be fair, that during this period of time that Liam was you know, I don't want to say like off his game, but he was dealing with IRL stuff, so that might be a factor.
He reduces the damage by 13. He still takes the impact range to slow the blade with his hand support. Finds itself in his chest and he rips it out. And you see the spray of blood that kind of hits in the sand across the front before the dagger disappears from his grip.
And I duck behind Scanlan.
All right.
Very low.
Very
low. Just the worst hiding place ever.
It's a 4. 10.
No.
Oh, no, you didn't roll for 20.
No, I rolled a bunch of times. Didn't I roll a bunch of times? Okay. All right. Well,
I just rolled
Roll a
my
20.
For nothing.
I rolled. Oh, I did fine. It's a 27.
Wait, so you did a total of 60 something damage on him from the one attack?
Yeah.
One attack.
Gotcha. Yes, the second one does it.
10.
Yeah. So your second one attack, go ahead and roll for it. Or roll for damage.
9.
9. Okay. Cool. Cool. So
I'm scared to death, which is why the math is so bad.
That's good. Well, as it comes back to Groon's turn, Groon, you can see like the blood is just like kind of pouring out of the wound that you left. He takes one hand, just slams it really hard, and then just kind of the impact sears the wound,
Whoa! Wow, that's really amazing.
cauterizing it.
Don't want to be fighting you.
Still looking at you, he puts his hand out and does this, and that quivering in your stomach you felt earlier
Oh shit.
begins to shake, and the vibrations begin to spread throughout your entire body. I need you to make a Constitution save throw. Yeah.
You've got inspiration still.
Does that work on stage?
Yes.
Plus inspiration.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
is it?
It's
I have heard a potential thing around this Valkyrie. But I don't know if it's accurate, but I heard someone say that in some version of some game, whether it was like D&D 4e or Pathfinder, I don't know, that you had to like call it out before, like some equivalent to Uncanny Dodge or like a similar mechanic, you had to call out before you used it. I remember, because I remember honing in on that as well at some point earlier on, and someone told me that there was some explanation for like why he might be confused on that. I don't remember it very well though.
It's a 23.
23. That is a success. You managed to just stave it off as you can feel it about to tear your insides apart. and you just tense real fast, and the vibrations slowly fade. No effect.
No effect.
Wow. Would have been 10d10 if I damage.
10d10. Oh.
10d10.
And
Yeah.
what happened? Like a chest burster? Like
It's called Quivering Palm. It's a monk ability.
It's Uma Thurman. It's fucking killer.
Yeah.
That's the 5.40 technique. Yeah.
Is going to use another key point bonus action as he goes into a defensive stance. A familiar one that you've seen before.
Yeah, whooped him when he's ass,
Yeah,
we did it.
but just into this like fully defensive, looking about and kind of keeping his eyes aware of the entirety of his surroundings, and is going to stay right there. That brings us to Grog.
Piece of shit, I don't know what that stands for. I'm chopping him some more with Drake Edge. No. Can I do like one Great Weapon Master and the other two just regular? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Are you doing reckless attacks or not?
Yeah, reckless.
Okay. He isn't his patient defense gives you disadvantage on all attacks, so it just nullifies it. So you hit just one roll per attack.
16.
Misses. Just knocks the blade out with his own hand. And just hear it shing off to the side.
16.
This time actually catches it with the two sides of his hand and throws it back towards you.
You could be inspired, goddammit!
It's right there.
Use my other D10. It's not tainted on this one.
All you have to do is pledge
Great
allegiance to the
Weapon
Washington
Master.
football team.
Wow.
27.
27. He goes to try and catch it, but you change the direction of the blade at the last minute and find the side of his blade.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dr. Hoovy. But also, this gets into another can of worms, like we talked about with Daxio, of like, shouldn't use player stat block or player sheets for NPCs. Like, Quivering Palm is not an ability that like a normal, like an enemy should have. It's just Monk in general, Stunning Strike would fucking suck if enemies had it, you know. So, you know, I don't think it was purposeful that it was nerfed here, but I think it's fine. Like, death on a failed save, like there's a reason that I think they're actually, I'm about to say something, and I'm pretty sure there is maybe one monster that has power word kill. Like maybe like an Archlich or something. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think you should be throwing out power word kill against allies. But also, Daniel, you must call this before an action another person takes. Mechanics considered a flaw in any system. I legitimately think there's actually not too many of those, like, you know, like suffusing D&D. But I do think that one of the distinct things that 5e or that Baldur's Gate really improved upon is taking a lot of spells that were like, oh, this lasts for 2 hours, but you know, you have to like still cast it as an action, like Bark Skin, that like was like very, or not Bark Skin. I think Orion used to cast Stone Skin a lot, and it was like a really quick, like, you know, Matt would call out initiative, and he'd be like, oh, I cast Stone Skin. I think that has a similar feel to it, of like, you need to like be predicting shit, and a lot of those spells in Baldur's Gate, like same thing with like Detect Thoughts, like they just made them like until the next long rest, so that it's just like, oh, if I'm going to have them today, I just fucking cast them at the beginning. Mage Armor, similar shit. I just like cast them at the beginning of the long rest, and then, you know, I'm out my resources. I still have to spend a spell slot for it. But I don't have to worry about this like predictive bullshit that you have to do with some spells in you know, base 5e. So I do think that was a big improvement that I saw within the 5e rule set in BG3. What's up, Cabium? How you doing? You could argue he's not using Quivering Palm as a player ability since it's different. I mean, I think you're right. That's why I'm not even like that mad about it. I'm like, oh yeah, like if you want to get the same, you know, feel of Quivering Palm, yeah, that's a decent way to nerf it, of just making it like kind of a save or suck type ability. But I also think, based on the way that Matt just discussed it, I don't think it was a purposeful change. But it's a good example of a way that you could purposefully change it to make it maybe less damaging. Groon also isn't actually trying to kill Grog here. Well, yeah, it's that's what I'm saying, is like he would have to you would have to modify it. Because, yeah, they just fucking... I don't even think they go unconscious. I think they just straight up die with Quivering Palm. I haven't read it in a bit, so I'm not entirely sure. But I don't know. Who knows how much, he's holding himself back against Grog's friends. He's trying to teach Grog a lesson. I don't know how much he cares about the rest of Vox. Normal Lich have it right? Normal Lich has power word kill. Okay, there we go. I was like, I know that there's one, but I think that Liches have enough downside to make up for it. It definitely shouldn't be on like a monk type character. Speaking with animals is my favorite one of those. Talk to all the good boys. Absolutely, Daniel. Absolutely. You do need to call out things that use your reaction. Yeah, that's true. Less damaging than instant death is an improvement. Yeah. I agree. If it fails, it is reduced to 0 hit points. Okay, so they still would get to make death saves, and you could, there's something to be done there, but yeah. I think overall, I, maintain my point to you guys that player sheets should not be used for NPCs. And if you want to use a player ability, like you want to give that or something that feels like that to an NPC, this is a decent way to take one and still get the still get the feel of it, without it being quite as damaging. No spells as powerful as Time Stop, and the Archlich gets that. The Liches are a crazy enemy. The Liches are a very crazy enemy. And there's a lot of good examples of why the CR is a wibbly-wobbly system. I don't remember what the CR is for Liches and Archliches, but players have to be very careful, even if they're theoretically like powerful enough for the CR. They have to be very, very careful.
Flash, go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. 12, 19.
He does make a save on it.
29.
Damn it, he does!
29, all that.
Got a decent constitution. All right, so the third blade finally sinks in about 2 inches into his kind of clavicle area. Probably would snap the clavicle bone if he hadn't put his hands up and caught as much name as he could, and then throws it back again and just kind of kicks you away to get a little bit of distance.
Shit, really?
Wow.
Little distance or
just like a foot, like he just kind of away from being clenched up.
Okay, now I'll can I move opposite of where my 2 lads are, so I stay behind him again?
Right there?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can do that.
pick one of them.
Oh, go for it. All right, then your turn.
Yep.
Scanlan, you're up. Oh, let me see actually if he resists still. Nope.
Still sick.
Actually, no. I'm remembering this because I kept forgetting to do it before, but that's fine. He's gonna use his legendary resistance to automatically succeed, so he's no longer side.
He's done.
Yeah.
No more diaries.
He's
not shitting himself anymore.
No,
So you can
the
you can help
stench
in other
is
ways.
great.
You can do something.
So sickness fades. He spent last round not doing any actual physical.
Man, okay, actually, to be fair, that is maybe indicative that Matt did, like, very purposefully make this into a monster stat block, because Mans has legendary resistance. Which that's not a monk ability, right? Like, now I'm sitting here questioning myself. I'm pretty sure that monks don't get legendary resistance. To be fair, I have built monks, but I've never actually played one or run with one at my table, so I don't know their abilities that well. But I'm fairly certain they don't get LR. I wish monks got legendary resistance, right? So that is maybe actually indicative that he did make a monster stat block for a monk, which would be interesting. It's interesting the concept of a monster that uses a resource, like that uses key, rather than something like recharge. That's an interesting factor, but it's not. Like, I don't see any reason that it's invalid. So it's very, very possible that he actually did make a monster stat block for this. I choose to succeed on all my attacks and saves. I get the impression that he built a character stat block, then added LR. It's hard to tell, because everything up to this point has felt like a character sheet, but then he threw an LR, and it's like, whoa, what? So I don't know. I will very much say I think you should port over player abilities into a monster stat block than the other way around, but we'll move on, because this is all speculation now.
Attacks for that reason.
All right. Well, I'm far away from him, but Grog's right next to him, so I probably shouldn't do anything too terrible.
Do it. Do it.
He's a sponge.
Do it. If you don't do it, he will do it.
That's why we have Grog around.
I'll join in the bludgeon fest, and I will cast Big Man's Hair around, and I will. I'll make it come right next to him, sort of between him and Grog. I can't get between him and Grog.
Not between them, no, but you can put like next to him or behind him.
To the side would be good.
Alrighty.
And just punch, just a couple punches, just throw in some punches.
Okay, so make a melee spell attack.
Melee spell attack.
Got it. Melee spell attack.
What do I add?
You add your spell attack modifier. Should be on your spell page.
On the same page, spell page.
Spell attack
bonus.
bonus.
Spell attack bonus.
Yep. 27.
27, that's a hit.
Dude, has everyone forgotten all of their mechanics? This is fucking crazy. I feel like, again, like, this is like, you do this all the time, Sam. How have they forgotten all of this? I guess, to be fair, there's been a pretty big time gap between the last time they had a pretty serious fight. Like, the fight against the Wyverns and the horde, like the looters weren't really that serious. So I think that maybe this is the first time in a while that they've really been in like a super serious fight. Panic amnesia, honestly.
As the hand appears to his right, he's still focusing on Grog and kind of glance over for a second and tries to do a deflection. Technically, he's still in his defense stance, though, so roll twice, because it's a disadvantage for attacks on him.
Yeah,
that's good. Okay, yeah.
That was a natural 20.
Yeah. So you have a disadvantage, so you don't get that 20, but you do.
Yes. Oh, wait, now I roll for damage.
Yep.
With Victor's hand. I rarely do this.
That's true. 4d8 force damage.
4d8. D8.
You need to do that more. That's pretty good.
Come on, Scambo.
I'll just roll this one 4 times. It's fine. 17?
17
4d8, right?
You got this. Yep. So as Victor's hand pulls back the giant fist, the fingers kind of cracking an arcane echo. Whack! Slams into his side. He holds himself strong as he slides about 7 inches in the sand from the impact. And you can see him kind of like shake off his arm from the hit. Yeah, that hurts.
Decent.
Yeah.
And I will inspire Grog again with a little ditty. I will say, "You're a psycho killer with a bearded face."
I think he did. All right.
Oh, he's got it. I just dropped to my knee so I can aim better and right over Scanlan's shoulder. Dagger.
Go for it.
Okay, first one is 1, so that misses. Second one is a 23.
23. You're on disadvantage on these, right?
Disadvantage for what?
Well, for all these attacks, because he's still in his patient defense.
Oh, shite.
Yeah, so what's this roll you just
The
got?
first one was a 1 and a...
Yeah, first one missed. The second one was
missed.
a 23, and what was your roll?
I don't remember what it was.
Roll again.
All right, so this is the second attack. That is a 17.
Misses.
Third attack is a 21.
21 misses.
Oh.
So all 3 daggers come out, and he just like dodges one right off the head. Another one he parries out of the way. The third one he does a crescent kick. Whack! And knocks the dagger out of the air and spins off to the side before it returns to your belt.
And just under my breath, it's so fucking cool.
At the end of your turn, before it's his turn, he's going to go ahead and use 1 action point to use Like the Wind, where he moves his speed without taking attacks opportunity. He turns and rushes up to Scanlan.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
I'm a little boy!
Starting his turn now, he's going to come for you, Scanlan. He's going to go ahead and do Flurry of Blows against you.
Oh no, Scanlan!
So, Scanlan, the first attack is 29.
Yeah.
Natural 1, fails on the second one.
Okay, I'll use cutting words on the last one.
Okay, well the third one is a 20, and the fourth one is a 31. So
Jesus.
3
That's
hits.
when he said the last one.
But I'm using cutting words on the third one to try to...
You said the last one.
No, I said the third one.
It doesn't matter. It's gonna. They
It's
all
fine.
suck.
I thought the
Whichever
last
one you
one
want to
was
use.
the
Then. So the first one hits. Cutting words to reduce the attack on the.
On the one that was a 20.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll your d10.
Yeah.
6.
6. What's your AC?
17.
Yeah. No. So you managed to reach out at him as he's doing these punches against you.
I say, no, don't funk with my heart!
Knocks his head like a confused puppy for a second, and the fist just hits air with your head.
You gotta be kidding me.
However, you do take 14 points of bludgeoning damage from the first strike, and another 14 points of bludgeoning damage, so a total of 28 points of bludgeoning damage from 2 hits. And go ahead and make a Dex saving throw if you could.
Dex. 4. 16.
16.
Oh, plus 4? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So for some reason there's a plus 4 there. 20.
20 is what you need. His last hit, he's trying to kick you square in the chest and knock you off your feet. And while it hits you, it actually forces you back into Vax, and Vax holds you up and you manage to keep on your feet.
Oh, buddy. Oh, hi. I'm between 2 strong men.
All right, now you're
I'm Lucky Pierre.
Oh, no, it's Roger. It's Roger. Yeah.
Yeah, just keep swinging away.
So you move up to him?
Yes, please.
Oh, and as a note, you need to make a concentration check for both of those hits. There were 14 damage each. So you have a Warcaster, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So go ahead and make
for sure.
Constitution check. Constitution. This.
That's 11 plus 2 is 13. Right? Not great. And 14. 13 and 14.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna concentration. Baby's hand off the table.
Baby's hand is gone.
Sorry.
Shamone.
Too much damage for you on that one. So from the impact of the blows, you just managed to spell fizzles from your mind, and the hand just dissipates into the distance. All right, now, Grog.
At the end of his turn, did he go back into his defensive pose? No. Okay, great. Okay, so reckless attack. Let's make a great weapon master with the inspiration. 24.
24 hits.
Thank you.
You gotta say great weapon master before you roll, by the way.
Should I do it for the next one then? Yeah. Okay. So that one.
Because you can't be like, oh, it doesn't hit. I'm not gonna do great weapon master. Yeah, you have to get the penalty before you roll.
Right. So it was a 20. No, I mean it wouldn't. Wait.
Oh, so it was 20. For that one, it would have been a 20. It hit regardless.
Okay.
So the first one was a regular hit.
So we'll do the third one with a great weapon master.
Okay.
This is advantage. Yeah, come on, where are the damn crits? 20.
20 misses.
Yep. Okay. This is great weapon master with the inspiration.
Yeah. So.
28. Nope. Minus 5. 23.
23 chest hits.
Oh!
So a regular hit and a great weapon master hit.
Okay. 5, 6, 11, 19, 20, 19. The first one.
19. All right.
9, 17.
27.
27, got it. Both of the strikes. Makes a save. Makes a save.
I did not once.
It's a 12 DC. It's not a very hard DC.
Yeah, but he's got to roll shitty sometimes.
He probably will eventually. So anyway, as you're striking the blades at him, the pain, he's just taking the pain to his back now. He's facing Scanlan. Both times hacking into the back of his shoulder blades. And the exposed muscle, you can see as the blade draws back. You can see the muscle and the kind of blood arcing after each draw of the weapon. However, he glances over his shoulder at you to finish your second blow. And end of your turn, he's going to use 2 action points to use Whirlwind of
Can
Blows.
I move? I already moved.
You already moved, yeah. You can keep moving if you want to move away.
I wanted to move in between him and Scanlan.
You can't move between, but you can get there if you want.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so he's going to get an attack on everyone within range of his punches, which would be you and Scanlan. That is going to be a 20.
Whirlwind of Blows. That doesn't sound like a monk ability that I remember, so maybe this is more of a monster stat block than I thought. Interesting. Is this the first time he actually asked for a con save? It's not the first, I don't think, but they are rare. And you saw he kind of had to like look up the rules, so I think probably someone told him about it on Twitter. He's now saying action points instead of key. Is he? I didn't even catch that vocabulary shift. Interesting.
A 6 against you, and a natural 20 against Scanlan.
That doesn't hit. That doesn't hit.
Against you, Grog, that is 18 points of bludgeoning damage. Halved to 9. And Scanlan, that is 6. No, sorry. 24 points of bludgeoning damage.
57, 47.
All right, now it's Scanlan's turn.
Oh shit! I get to do more shit.
Also, ad running in about 2.5 minutes. So the way that we nailed the ads this time, I should have. Oh, actually, wait. Let's run it now. If we run it, wait, no. Why isn't it earlier? I don't know. I think I fucked up the timing on it to get it like actually on the hour. I don't know. But right now, I think we're running it in about 2 minutes. But anyways,
Looking a
I'm
little rough.
fine.
Looking a little rough.
Fine. Monk's got nuts on me.
Last turn you missed all 3 strikes.
Oh, thanks. So he's right next to me. He's right next to all of us. Okay.
Never mind for him.
Well, I will. He's right next to me.
Yep.
And no one's behind him, so I will just lightning bolt him from right there. Can I do
Okay,
that?
you can, yeah. So as you're there in front, you can just reach back.
Sand to glass.
Yeah. Oh, I've got something in my pocket. Oh!
All right.
Let the lightning out of the bottle.
What's the DC?
This is my spell DC, so 19.
19 with the hand goes like, oh.
Yeah.
19.
Need some D6s?
He's going to
Take it.
use another legendary resistance to make the save. He has evasion, which means dex save for half. He gets no damage on success. So as you lightning bolt, he literally just goes into splits as the bolt streaks over his head.
Oh!
Slams on nearby pillars. And as you realize that, you look down at him as he squeezes his leg back together and lands right back on his feet.
No van damage.
That guy's... Wow.
Whoa.
He's fast as lightning. I mean, that's all I can do. You know what? I'll use my bonus action to heal myself a bit.
Okay, go for it.
I'll use Healing Word on myself at a 3rd level. At a 3rd level.
Okay.
So that's 3d4 plus 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
10 plus 5. 10 plus 5. Okay, 15. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'll take that.
Go for it. All right, then it's your turn. Back to you.
You might already know this, but I'm wearing my clip of displacement, so you should be at disadvantage to hit me.
Good to know going forward.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to use one action to grab Scanlan by his purple shirt and rip him and pull him away.
That's going to be your action.
That's for sure.
So you won't have any attacks this round.
With boots of haste on?
In order to get the additional... Well, actually, no, you get 1 attack from the haste. You would.
Yeah.
Your offhand attack you don't get unless you're doing an
That's
attack
fine.
action. So yeah, you get 1 attack.
That's fine. I rip him, I yank him away and throw the little bugger.
As I fly through the air, I'm looking up to see if Kashaw is like putting any moves on Keelan.
Okay. I very much understand why Matt is getting confused here. And this is actually one of the things that, you know, I still say that like the bonus action setup is not as complicated as maybe people make it out to be. But I will say I think that multi-attack, especially when bonus action attacks exist, is very confusing. I think that the difference between multi-attack and bonus action attack is a very confusing difference. And I do not blame anyone for getting confused by it. But, ad is starting soon, so we will continue this once we're back. See you in a second. Go get water. Go to the bathroom. Bye. What up? Okay. So, and I should have looked this up while I was off stage, but I believe the confusion here. Let's see. You know what? Before I speak and make an absolute fool out of myself, let's see. Offhand attack. I believe, to my knowledge, that bonus action attacking, offhand attacking. Let me see. I'm trying to find it. It's probably under dual wielding, isn't it? Dual wielding. That's dual wielder. You need a feature like dual wielding. Wait a second. I have readied an action. What are... Oh, this is the Sage Advice Compendium? What the fuck? Where am I? Okay. Well, I'm not going to fact check myself, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. My understanding, at least, was that if you're dual wielding and you make an offhand attack as a bonus action, that is, I thought, independent of your main hand attacks or multi-attacks. The things that are not independent are multi-attack. So if you are making an attack, right, as your action, then that is, where you would be able to trigger your multi-attacks. But the bonus action attack, offhand, I believe is totally independent. So you can do your offhand attack regardless of if you do the main hand attack or not. That was my understanding. Haste says that you can only make one. You can only make one what? You can only make one attack with haste? Is that true? That's wild. I didn't know that. I thought it just gave you 2 actions. Gain an additional action. It can only be used to take the attack action. Oh, specifically 1 weapon attack only. I didn't even realize that. That's kind of crazy. I did not know that about haste. Usually it requires action attack to trigger the bonus action. Is that right? Is that... Am I smoking weed in here? Where's actions in combat? I'll find it. Making an attack, choosing an action, attack roll, ranged attacks, melee attacks, 2 weapon fighting. Oh, you're right. It does specify, so I was wrong. That's why I wasn't super confident about it, so I wanted to confirm. It is when you take the attack action and attack with a light, you can use the bonus action to do attack with a different one. So I am wrong. But it doesn't say anything about spells, so Blade Singer might be able to make 2. Yeah. Potentially. Yeah, that would have to be litigated at the table. But anyways, I definitely think that all of this, the weird haste requirement, multi-attack, offhand attacking, all 3 of these are interacting with the attack in a weird way. Like, multi-attack is maybe one of the things I like the least about the D&D system. Like, I fully understand what it is going after. Like, I understand what it's attempting to accomplish. But I would much prefer an ability, you could still call it multi-attack, that allows you to split your damage. So, like, rogues get sneak attack. That allows them to do a bunch of damage to one thing. Fighters get multi-attack. That allows you to assign however much damage to multiple enemies within range. It would be both a buff and debuff, because then you could, potentially waste less, like you could overkill less, but also they would all have to be in range at the time. Or maybe you even say, like, you have to assign it all over the course of this turn. I don't know. But that is, I think I would prefer something like that with multi-attack rather than, like, because the really odd thing about it is that it takes the simplicity and adds back in complication. of like it's supposed to be like action bonus action, bum. But then it's like unless you're a fighter, then you can do something that would normally be 2 to 1 to 4 actions for someone else, but you can do it in 1 action. Like it's this I think it's very odd. I'm not a huge fan of multi-attack. But anyways, I played an assassin rogue before, so I noticed the many inaccuracies Liam makes, which is funny because he's my favorite player. Yeah. But anyways, that all of that aside, let's get back into it.
Great fight, man. Great fight.
Oh God!
And then throw a dagger past rock at him for not that great. 19.
19?
19, that's it.
Misses, yeah.
Okay, so I threw a dagger and missed, and I just juke to the right and get behind Grog.
Okay. Let's move there. At the end of your turn, he's going to use his last action point to do an unarmed attack against Grog. That's going to be a 21? Pretty sure. It hits? Okay.
Pretty sure.
You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Up to 5.
Yeah, he's going to use another key point to, I need you to make a Constitution save. 17. As he...
And also, I will head off a potential comment in the past about my multi-attack homebrew. I say it like I've used it. I've never used it. I have no idea if it'd be good or not. But that sort of thing is what I would go after. A thing already is like, oh, if you have multi-attack, you can use those extra attacks to do like the shoves, the push, the pulls, like the other actions within combat. I think it'd be dope to give fighter a feature very early on, or like barbarian or whoever, a feature to allow you to do those other options as bonus actions, right? Like rogues get not uncanny dodge, cunning action, like beyond cunning action. You could have what am I trying to say? Oh, instead of cunning action, you could have like martial action or something that allows you to do those things as a bonus action. I actually think they get used a whole heck of a lot more if you did that. You could cheese AC with that. Oh, true. Maybe you only get to hit, like you can apply your damage as variably as you want to anyone whose AC, like the attack roll, passes. That's a potential something there. But I think that the idea of take this thing that everyone else can do differently is I don't know. I think it is probably the most confusing thing, I think, within the rule set that like I see people so consistently get wrong, and I get it, so I think the core of what it wants is for you to be able to attack multiple creatures, or the same creature once, like apply your damage more spread out. So if I were designing a multi-attack feature, I would try to go after that feeling without splitting up the attack action, because I think it leads to a lot of confusion. You can already replace one of those actions with one or more of your attacks. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like I think right now multi-attack almost never gets used to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I think multi-attack almost never gets used to like replace one of the attack actions with one of those other options with like push, shove, pull, whatever. I think it should get used more. I think it's underutilized. And I don't think that's necessarily the fault of the designers, but I do think that if you made them something like martial action, equivalent to cunning action, where like cunning action allows you to do like hide and... Hey, no. Shush. Hey. But it's like cunning action is like is it dodge? Dodge, disengage, hide, I think, with cunning action. I think something like martial action that allows you to do shove, grapple, something else as a bonus action would be interesting. Do you know what helps that, Mega? True Strike. Yeah. I mean, look, dude. Battlemaster stuff should be default. Yeah, that's a very that is a take that I don't disagree with. Like I think it would be more interesting if Battlemaster stuff was default. Much like I love Warlock invocations. Like you're never gonna hear me complain about the idea of making Battlemaster default. But I also understand the desire to try and keep a core class simple and then add in complexity in subclasses. So, I understand the design principle around why Battlemaster stuff wouldn't be default, but I don't disagree with you. You're describing a variant of Cleave, though to be fair, I think Cleave could stand to be buffed a little bit. Yeah. You're totally right, Daniel. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I am absolutely describing a variant of Cleave. I think that a variant of Cleave would achieve what multi-attack is going for without messing with the action rules so much. You should start your attack with a shove to gain advantage. Yeah. I mean, there's a really classic combo that is like that like especially high level fighters should use all the time. If you have other martial allies, which is like shove grapple. Because if they are prone, they have to use movement speed to stand up, and if you grapple them, their movement speed goes to 0. So they can't stand up. Very great combo. But is, relatively underutilized. Don't want to invoke a crazy tangent, but any thoughts on weapon mastery? That's a 1D&D thing, right? Where like each weapon has a specific ability? Is that correct? Honestly, I don't know quite enough to probably talk about it super intelligently. I will say that, like, broadly, I like the idea of weapons being more interesting. So like I really, really wish, like when we were reading over Daggerheart and I got to the weapons, and I think that some of them are boring and straightforward, and then some of them are interesting. And I think that that's good. Like I think that there should be a distinct choice between the weapons that is not just damage type. Unless damage type itself was buffed out. So like right now, the big difference between the weapons in D&D, a lot of them at least, is the damage type that they do. But I think that damage type is a little bit underbaked for like how much there is. I think that it's a tad underbaked. If like bludgeoning allowed you to have like an environmental impact that was, separate from slashing, separate from piercing, then maybe you don't need to touch weapons as much. But I would, broadly, I would really like for there to be more of a decision between weapons. I think that would be very, very good for the martial experience, especially, is to have like part of martials, right, are that they get all of these weapon proficiencies. If weapons mattered more, then those weapon proficiencies would be more interesting. And like which weapon you're using at any given time could provide a degree of the flexibility that casters gain within their large arrangement of spells. So I think that would be an interesting way to go with martial design, is to not necessarily, like, if you don't want to make the classes more complicated, right? Let's say that Wizards of the Coast, John Wizard, and Tiamat Coast, I don't know, don't want to make Battlemaster standard. They want to make their core classes very simple, very straightforward, and add complexity in subclasses. I think that a way that you could offer martials a bit more depth and complexity is by adding that depth and complexity to the equipment. So to different armor types, to different weapon types. I think that'd be a good. And then if you're a new player that doesn't want to engage with that complexity, you can just take the thing that does a bunch of damage. And that's it. So I think that would be nice. Shove, grapple, pin. Oh yeah, exactly. Core classes should be great, and then subclasses should for each should be beginning player subclass where everything is simplified. That I could see that argument. Yeah. Animate object sanctuary, Grace. You are pitching this animate object. Weapon mastery has a great intention. I wasn't a huge fan of some of the details. Yeah. So Battlemaster would be core mechanics of fighter, but then there's a subclass called beginning player, which simplifies things. So like takes like maybe like reduces the amount of like BM stuff that you can choose, but then like provides you with some other like straight up buffs. I could potentially see a road there that works. I always hated the lack of diversity between weapons. Oh yeah. I think it's probably the area of D&D that I am the most like, oh, that's explicitly bad. Like, given the level of detail around a bunch of other stuff, like, given the intention and the design philosophy that is apparent within the rest of the system, I think that weapons are incredibly underbaked. I don't think that they fit within the intention and the philosophy of the rest of the system. Like, there are some things that you can look at and say, like, oh, I wish that D&D had this. I wish that D&D did that. But I think a lot, like we were just talking about, like, action, bonus action. Like, you could say, I wish that D&D had the 3-action economy or the 3-action system from Pathfinder. I think that's a better system. And there's an argument to be made there. I think that within the context of 5e, weapons are bad and underbaked and like do not do enough towards what they should be doing. You can either make weapons meaningful or make them entirely flavor, and damage is defined by class. Absolutely, Daniel. Absolutely. It adds complexity that doesn't mean anything. The worst of both worlds. Yeah. Eliminate subclasses. Make it classes and broader specialties. I mean, that is certainly a design option. I don't foresee D&D going that road, but that is certainly a design option. It might be an important part of a bard I'm working on. Yeah. Anyways.
Turns back and slams his fist right in the center of your clavicle. You feel a crack in the sternum and your whole body, all your muscles just seize up. And you are currently stunned from a stunning strike until the end of his next turn.
We got this, guys.
However, it's now his next turn.
Oh no.
But you're still stunned. He is now...
Dude, it's so funny what, Deadly just put in. There are so many things where, like, I think you can identify the things that... The things that are kind of silly and confusing about D&D with a lot of the things that BG3 changed. Like, I can't think of a BG3 change off the top of my head that I'm like, oh, that's worse than 5e. The only kind of close examples are like, oh, they just can't do that part of 5e in a video game, like flying. Like, flying is, like, obviously worse than flying in 5e, but, like, they just couldn't do that within the engine. Yeah, there's a lot of those small things about BG3 that it's like, oh, I think this is probably an improvement for most tables.
Going to, since you don't have a threat to him,
It's going
to swing around, jump between the two of them, and he's going to do flurry of blows, 2 punches against each of you. Against Scanlan, that's a 17.
That's my armor class, 17.
Okay. Second one is a 17 again.
Can I use my cutting words on that one?
Do you have any more uses of your bardic inspiration? You have it.
I'm honestly not. I don't even remember who got stunned. I also lost my place on the fight. I am assuming that they will pick it back up and we'll figure out who's stunned again. This fight is also very interesting because it has like weird stakes of like someone was talking about like, oh, Groon doesn't want to kill Grog. And I am curious, like the addition of 2 other players like does make a degree of sense. Like I don't fault that. And honestly, I don't think there's anything I'd do different. I'm mostly interested in the conclusion because I think that this fight, it's a really odd conclusion if they win. So I'm curious to see how Matt makes them losing feel okay. Because I think that is the like most reasonable end state to this fight. or if they win, it's not like a real win. It's like he ends the combat into like a cutscene sort of situation. I don't know. Like maybe he has an HP threshold that isn't 0, but that will end the combat. We'll see. I'm all of that is to say, I think I like everything that Matt's done so far. I'm just curious to see how he puts it in the goal.
You have a limited number of bardic inspirations for short rest that you can use, and you've used quite a few this battle.
Oh, that's considered a bardic inspiration? My cutting words?
Yeah, you use one of those dice to reduce the damage. Oh. So you've inspired at least.
Oh.
I agree, Daniel. I think everything narratively makes sense. But how does he pull the train into the station?
Me once, Grog once.
Grog twice.
Twice. So 3.
I have
cutting words.
That's 4.
It says bardic inspiration. No, that's not it. Is it 1d10? Is that
5?
Five of them.
Okay, this will be your last one.
Okay, I'm using it.
All right, go for it.
It's a d10, yeah?
Yeah, although to be fair, it doesn't matter what you roll.
Doesn't matter what you roll. You still.
Hey, I rolled a 6.
Okay,
just
so when he attacks,
fucking
as he's coming for you, he hits you once, and as he rears back for another kick to the side of your head, you shout,
Don't hit me, I'm a little boy!
"It's not possible!" Look out of the way. However, you suddenly spin back on Vax for a 27
Uncanny dodge.
and 21.
That hits.
Okay.
So first one uncanny dodge. Second one
So
full.
Scanlan, you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Vax, you take
Back.
every now and
Every
then.
time.
14 points of bludgeoning damage, reduced to half.
Yep.
The other one is 9 points.
9 points.
Yep.
Okay.
So a total of 16 points of damage.
Okay.
He's going to use a key point. Again, I need you to make a Constitution save.
Okay.
Oh,
It's gonna be great.
Come on. Not the vibrations.
14.
14. Towards the end of his turn, Grog's stun shifts off of him. You feel your muscles tense up and you almost fall to your knees as your whole body seizes. The muscles just lock in place.
You're killed.
Alrighty. Grog's turn.
I'm gonna take Craven Edge, and I'm gonna stab him into the sand.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna take out the Firebrand Warhammer instead.
Okay. So you drop the weapon for free. You pull out the fire hammer and it bursts into flames in your hands as you wield it. As you drop Craven Edge, you hear this voice scream in the back of your head.
You fool! This fight is ours.
As the hammer lights up, you just feel this cold dread run down your spine. I need you to make a will saving throw. A wisdom saving throw.
10.
10. You can't possibly let that blade go away, and you drop the hammer and pick up Craven Edge once more. This is the true weapon of a warrior.
Right.
And you are not going to release. There is no way you could let go of this blade.
No
You're
way
right.
at all.
You're right.
Reckless attack on all 3 swings.
The process of picking it up, we'll say we'll take away your bonus action until you get to attack.
14. That's better. 27.
7 hits.
Ow. 6. 11. 19.
19 already. This time as the hammer falls to the ground, the flames go out, and Craven Edge shrieks again. No, it's in As it hits him, he stops for a second, puts his hands together. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh, it's Patrick fighting.
Oh yeah, shit's absolutely hard to break, Daniel. I mean, I would say that was more of a charisma save, but I ain't being too picky, you know. But that is, I mean, it's an interesting. It's that's a narrative curse more than anything. Like, if the only downside of a cursed weapon is that you can't not use it, that's not. As we've just described, switching weapons isn't that important in D&D. So that's not too much of a curse. But I do like it narratively, especially. Like, this is a good example, this Craven Edge, like, can't drop it curse, of, and especially, I mean, Travis is doing awesome, like, going with it. So, just ups to him. But I think that this is a good example of what I would call a narrative downside. And I think sometimes when people think about that sort of thing, like something that's not actually like a mechanical downside, that like is only really a downside within like the story and the plot and the narrative, I think they tend to think of it as like lesser than a mechanical downside, like lower on the totem pole. And I think this is a great example of the fact that it is not. Like, Grog's maneuver there may have gotten them out of the combat, straight up. I don't know. We'll never know. But this sort of downside of it is very difficult to not use, and people, there will be narrative consequences if you continue to use it, is a really good example of like a narrative curse or a narrative downside. And I love that it seems like, depending on how this fight goes, it seems like it's locking them out of information. It seems like it's locking them out of an ally. So yes, they get Craven Edge. They just had a great example of how powerful Craven Edge can make Grog. But on the side, you don't get the support of Korn. Or Korn? What's his name? Not Korn. Korn's a metal band. What's his Cord? You don't get the support of Cord. You don't get the support of Groon. It's all Cord. You don't get these supports. And not only is that, no literal support, like you may not get like the equivalent of Kima, right? You might not get their champion, but on top of that, you don't get their information. Like, Groon probably has great info about the vestiges. He probably has awesome, like, backing info that is maybe, like, runs parallel to Vord's info and would show them some key differences. So, I mean, there is so much narrative value in this relationship. And so if the only value of Craven Edge is that you have to use it, but using it locks you out of certain narrative pathways, that's a great downside. That's a great curse. This is an awesome example of that type of curse and the types of things that it would lock you out of. I think that it makes total sense that Groon is so butthurt about this. I got nothing but thumbs up. I got absolutely nothing. Most cursed items have not been able to leave at it as part of their pre-existing curse. Well, yeah, you see a lot of the D&D items as they have that curse, and then they also normally have something else. Because I think generally that is not considered enough, big air quotes, that's not considered enough to make it a real curse, to make it a real downside. But this is a great example of, like, Craven Edge seemingly has little to no downside. But I think that Matt is doing a great job of making there be downside, making there be consequences to this obviously cursed and evil weapon.
Vision goes dark as all the sight around you goes to black, and the entire vicinity of this fades, except for the Earthbreaker before you.
It does depend on your players, but I would, highlight even at the most, maybe you could say mechanics-centered or crunchy table, you can create these sorts of situations. Like, we're not out here playing Warhammer. They will have to talk to someone, and you can make it someone that is not down with Craven Edge and will not cooperate with the party because of Craven Edge. So, like, you can absolutely work this into your narrative no matter what. I think the only time the forced use would be a good downside on its own is if the weapon is like a butter knife that does 1d4. Yeah, true. There's like a joke curse to be had there where it's like a really shitty weapon and you're forced to use it. Yeah, absolutely. But I think that this is a good example of like a weapon that has major upside and that has, mechanically very, light downside, but narratively super heavy downside, or could be heavy. If Matt had a bunch of crunch players, Groon would still be able to marry it mechanically minded downsides. Yeah, I agree. I totally think so. I'm an adventurer because someone kept leaving cobs of corn on my doorstep. Who's pranking me?
Just staring at you in this darkness. And he steps towards you. One step. Second step. And while his mouth doesn't move, you could hear his voice piercing into your head. It just says,
Rock, you are stronger than this. This thing that binds you. Where will you find your strength?
Yeah. And this is even him trying to let go. Like, he picks it back up, but the effort of trying to separate him is enough to start resolving this combat. Great pacing. Great, like, sequence of events here.
They're my friends.
the darkness around you immediately shatters, and you can see now your friends off to the side, kind of keeping their weapons ready. The entirety of Groon's posture has dropped, and he just bows before you.
Yes!
Wow. At this point, he takes a moment and closes his eyes, and you can see there's this inner glow in his chest, and a bunch of his wounds heal up in but an instant. And as those wounds kind of leave these scars, kind of across the body, I would wear these with pride.
So will I. Oh, fuck. Zara, did you see how awesome that was? I was really good.
That was wonderful. You still have a little sand, right?
At this point, he was not even looking at you guys, just looking at Grog. He goes, "You need not the strength of Vasselheim to aid you, nor is that strength any we have to give. What you need can be found, recovered, reborn. I can see in your face the path is already lying before you. I know of two."
Wait, I'm confused. Was it not about Craven Edge? Oh yeah, slow down. Yeah, absolutely. Was it not about Craven Edge? Was it just a trivia question? Was it just an interview and he hadn't answered correctly yet? Cuz he still has Craven Edge. Like, yeah, he tried. I don't know. It may sound corny, but there's obviously strength in numbers. No. I agree. But I definitely thought that the beef was about Craven Edge. He tries to drop it, obviously, but then he picks it back up. And then he just answers the question. And they're good? I haven't seen any indication that he has to stop using Craven Edge, so was this not about Craven Edge the whole time? Uh-oh. I maybe kind of wish that it was. Okay, I'll let it play out. We'll see.
The rest you must find yourself. A gift from Cord himself to this mortal plane, carved from the corpse of the Earth primordial Titan that fell on this continent in the First War. These Titan stone knuckles are a symbol of power and leadership for generations here in Vasselheim, until the last known keeper was slain 200 years ago.
All right, never mind. We gotta play this at 1x. We gotta play this at 1x. Boop and boop.
Vasselheim.
This is lore time.
Nor is that strength any we have to give. What you need can be found, recovered, reborn. I can see in your face the path is already lying before you. I know of two. The rest you must find yourself. A gift from Cord himself to this mortal plane, carved from the corpse of the Earth primordial Titan that fell on this continent in the First War. These Titan stone knuckles are a symbol of power and leadership for generations here in Vasselheim, until the last known keeper was slain 200 years ago. The gauntlet's taken. I know not of the whereabouts. The other, leathers adorned by the champion of the Raven Queen. This champion's tomb has since come to ruin, sunken beneath a lake to the west of here, known as the Marrowglade Loch. Within that tomb lies the Deathwalker's ward. Now go. You found your strength. You know your path. I can help you no further.
And, he turns around, walks back to the center of the sand, and just sits back down in the same pose and position he was as you entered.
He's so fucking cool.
Scanlan, Vax.
Yes.
Do as I do.
Yeah.
And I bow.
I bow as well.
And I walk backwards, still facing him, to the edge of the pit. And I hoist Vax up.
No.
And I throw Scanlan.
Oh, fuck!
And climb out.
Okay.
Keyleth runs.
I assume it was a lesson to learn over time, and this is the starting point. I think Grog identifying his strength comes from his friends and not the sword is what he was looking for. Potentially. Yeah, potentially it wasn't as black and white as like give up Craven Edge right now. Very possible. Very, very possible. I am Matt is generous. Matt is generous. I don't know that I would be that let's say forgiving. But I think that is fair. That is fair if you are that forgiving. I think that's a fair direction to go with it. The rest is up to Grog, but that's just my theory. Otherwise, it's kind of weird. No, I think you could be / are right. But yeah, it's a little on the generous side for my personal style, but that's a big style thing. Matt confirmed on Twitter that Grun was a monk. Oh, okay. I see. With ending this storyline ASAP, but I don't know. Potentially. I would like for there to have been some consequence either way. Like, and I'm a big fan of, I think the classic phrase is like failing forward, but also like nothing that actually sets you back. Like, not actually doing like, distinct setbacks. So like, to me, I saw this as a fork in the road, right? And I think if this was at my table, and I cannot speak to Matt's table, this is purely a stylistic thing. But right now we know that the save for Craven Edge is 12. I would have liked to see if Grog does not give up Craven Edge, or like, does not like, choose the other path. The DC, like if he kind of stays with Craven Edge, Grun doesn't give them the information, kicks them out, but Grog gets a +2 to the saving throw, making it a 14. But on the other side, they get the info from Grun, so they get the Grun info, and the will save to drop the whiz save. The whiz save to drop Craven Edge, to use something else, goes down by 2 or something like that. So I would like to show some mechanical reflection of his progress, because I think you're totally probably, or not totally probably. I think you're probably right that this is, a long road, and it's either to salvation or ruin. And I would like to see some indication. I'd like to see a mile marker, if that makes sense. Like when I'm driving on the road, I want to see those mile markers passing me by and letting me know that that my actions consequent. That my actions have consequences. Because I think that this was potentially a thing there, and maybe he can fully break his Craven Edge's grip on him if he gets this whiz save all the way down to 0. Or maybe he fully takes on a warlock persona, no coming back, or not even a warlock, the equivalent of a lich or a hexblade or something along those lines, if he gets this save up to 20, where there's no going back now. Sort of equivalent to achieving lichdom, but with with this weapon. He becomes a death knight, maybe. I don't know. Or this world's equivalent of it. I think that both of these could be interesting paths to go down. And right now, the consequences are purely narrative, which is okay, especially at this sort of table. But I do think that can make it feel a little wishy-washy. I'd like to see there be something there to grab onto, Some I was here. I want the equivalent of an I Heart New York t-shirt. Where there's proof. I fought Cord and all I got was this lousy +2 to my to Craven Edge's save. I want that. That equivalent. I slept with someone in Fall Out Boy and all I got was this lousy song written about me. Did you see Travis's reaction? I don't think so. I saw you mention it a few times, but I didn't see it. We're doing totally fine on time, so I'll run it back. 40:38.
It's over to back.
You also said for all those cures, Grun wasn't out to kill anyone, so even his attacks and abilities were held back in places, suggesting that the quivering thing was intentional. That would make sense. That would make a degree of sense. I still think like general like DM advice. No on player sheets, not designed for it. But I think I believe that he was holding back, you know. The Deathwalker's Ward, you mean the dress of the Edgelord?
Zara, did you see how awesome that was? That was really good.
Is there actually?
That was wonderful. You still have a little sand, right?
At this point, Grun's not even looking at you guys, just looking at Grog. He goes, "You need not the strength of Vasselheim to aid you, nor is that strength any we have to give. What you need can be found, recovered, reborn. I can see in your face the path is already lying before you. I know of two. The rest you must find yourself. A gift from Cord himself to this mortal plane, carved from the corpse of the Earth Primordial Titan that fell on this continent in the First War. These Titan stone knuckles are a symbol of power and leadership for generations.
Okay, I see it now. That does. I mean, they sound cool as hell, so I get it.
It's here in Vasselheim, until the last known keeper was slain 200 years ago.
That's mine.
Gauntlet's taken. I know not of the whereabouts. The other, leathers adorned by the champion of the Raven Queen.
That is peak surprised Pikachu, I agree.
Bro, Scadler.
Oh, fuck!
Climb out.
Okay.
Keyleth runs over to Vax and just hugs him super fast and gives him a peck on the mouth.
Gently.
And says, "That was incredible. That was incredible."
I look over at Zara.
That was pretty good, though. We'll talk later. It was lovely. It really was. It was very good.
Are you okay? Do you need healing? Heal him. I give him another hug and give him a cure wounds level 3.
All right.
3. Does that also make you sober?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No. Potions have nothing to do with clearing alcohol away.
No.
There's a difference between the healing and fleshing away system.
Wait. I'm ready.
We should leave.
I'm ready.
We should leave.
I don't know about you, but I think we got all the answers.
Make a dexterity save.
Oh,
You've had this coming.
You got
You've had this coming.
I
So
heal
had this
you
coming.
for 12
Wow.
points. I heal you 12, and
You
then
can do this,
actually-
Marisha.
That's not bad.
Roll for dry cleaning.
Dexterity save.
Yes.
20 total.
As you see his cheeks fill with the bile and liquid of your previous venture at the bar, you instinctually, as the mighty speed and reaction of an air-based Ashari druid, dodge out of the way as he spatters the stonework on the outside of this.
I kind of hold his
It's
hair
a
back a little bit.
We
His
are
long
in.
black hair.
Two of the monks immediately rush forward with towels out of seemingly nowhere and start quickly cleaning it up while staring at you very, very angrily.
Come on.
Sorry, we'll leave.
It was their loincloths. Come on.
Apologies.
Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
We should leave now.
I just kind of look at him and I'm like, he got hit in the gut a few times.
He did actually.
We're like a mile high. The oxygen's thin here.
We should
It's
go.
tough. All right, we should go.
And as Keyleth helps me away, I say to Cord, it was an honor. Thank you.
Grun?
Whatever his name is.
Or to the god that is.
Hey,
matter.
this is the
Whatever
place where
god
I
is
think
there.
either would work. All right, as you guys make your way outside of the Trial Forge, we'll go ahead and leave today's venture for that. Turn next week. Turn next week. Pick up this next venture. And see.
Oh god. And you know, this is very like I said, very, very indicative of why I think it'll be good to start having my takeaways at the end of the episode. Because the second half of this has an immensely different feel. Even though it is just kind of talking to folks. I think it is immensely different than the original. We do. We have a time code until 49. That's a good point.
See where you guys go from there. So, well done, guys. And thank you, Will and Mary, for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Couple episodes, yeah.
So great.
Fun episode.
Yeah, guys, well done, everyone.
Thank you.
Man.
I saw someone on Twitter say that this was like our Cheers episode, and I agree. I agree. Whoever said that.
Vasselheim, where everybody knows your name.
That's right. Next thing would be Grog. Grog walks in the room. Everybody goes, Grog!
All right, guys.
Come see us in Portland.
Yeah, come see us in Portland.
This was our Cheers episode. You know, I can't argue with that. Oh man. You know, that is fine. It feels like a stark difference between the past three. But I think that the end of the session wrapped a lot more to my taste. I will say, you know, even after having seen the whole thing, did you catch what he said for the next couple of episodes? Oh, I wasn't sure if that was serious or not. I mean, that's interesting. We will definitely have to see. I mean, I think that Mary and Will were immensely underutilized this episode. But I mean, that could be very cool if they're there for a little while. Like I'll say, you know, I would not take this as a model for how to involve guest players. But no, you definitely did. I definitely heard it. I just didn't know if it was legitimate. But yeah, I mean, this episode in isolation, I don't think is a great example of like how to do guest players. But if you have them around for a while, then I will update my opinion as we go. Because if you do have them locked into a series of episodes, that is a bit different of a vibe. And that means that like the timelines on when to involve them are a little bit different. Honestly, based on the speed at which they entered the episode, I figured that they were only around for one. Because he got them in fucking fast compared to every other guest player they've ever had. Meaning the second appearance now. Yeah, Sputnik, yeah. In isolation, this is a terrible guest app, worse than Garthok, who at least got combat. I would agree. However, if there are more, if we consider this like instead of a guest ep to be like a guest limited series or a guest arc, then I'll hold off on further opinions. But yeah, to me, assuming that this was going to be their only appearance, I was like, woof. But if they're going to have more, back to back to back, then it could be fun. I feel like Garthog was worse. JCM barely got to do anything. I mean, they're about on the same level. They're about on the same level. I think it depends on what you're into as a player and like what excites you. Because Garthog did get a combat, but if you're not necessarily, if you weren't like super into the combats, like if you're not like a Travis, like here's an example. I think if Travis was your guest player, he would have preferred being Garthok to Kashaw or Z in this session. But if Taliesin was your guest player, I think he would prefer this session to the Garthok session. So, I mean, I think they're both pretty low tier in terms of isolated guest eps. However, if the context is that there's a larger guest run, this might not be a terrible first ep for a limited series. I'll have to see. But But yeah, overall, I think the lowest point for me was the bar scene, but then before and after that, like all in all, I think only like a fourth of it I didn't like. Whereas, after last stream, it was half. So this, I liked the entire second half. I liked the second half pretty well. So I think a good, a solid second half. I need to make sure that this is set up correctly. Yeah, we can get that over there, this over here. Oh, no, we can't. Well, yeah, that'll work. Okay. And the transition. There we go. All right, let's do some notes organization. Let's see, and let me move let me move chat over there so that I can still see it. There we go. All right. Lots of organization to do. Holy. So I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. And now we have, let me get another tab open here so that we can have this kind of on the right. Ooh. Okay, actually we should swap. We should have home on the left. There we go. Okay. Let's go talk about Vasselheim real quick. Let's look at Vasselheim. Vasselheim's got a lot of shit going on. Oh, no. Gosh, damn it. Okay, there we go. Vasselheim. Do I already know about the Cradle of Faith stuff? Not necessarily. I'll throw it in there. Cradle of Faith. Gonna head out. See you later, Valkyrie. Hope you had a good time. Two guest players on a seemingly random ep. I still agree with this. However, I will say that... Oh, the chat is really blocking that, isn't it? Chat is really blocking that. Okay, we might just not have chat on screen for a sec, just while we do this. Boop. So I still stand by this. But this as the start to some go collect the vestiges quest. Like the Nightwalker whatever being in a lake just to the west of here. Fantastic limited series fodder. Like, I think that is a very solid thing that guest players can be really, really well utilized for. Is that sort of, I mean, it's very similar to what I said about the, what I thought was, the Osisa quest, where Osisa, goes and like, tells her to, or tells them about her mate, going and finding this Nightwalker whatever, is another very good option for something for guest players to engage with. The location isn't, so it makes sense logically. It absolutely does. Also, assuming Matt expected more to progress in the session, possibly. That's always possible. Okay, I think I actually talked about quite a few of these. Let's see. So, I don't think we have anything else. I'm looking for actual thing. Oh, okay. Let's make one about Osisa. And then we have a Ziggurats of Power update. Actually, we'll do the Ziggurats of Power update right now. So Ziggurats of Power. Osisa. It's down here. Yup. Directly confirmed that the Ziggurats are connected, calling them, or calling the one beneath Whitestone one of our temples. But also saying that the white stone one was corrupted. Now, I think that there's something very distinct here, especially given what we learned from Vord about the sort of very, very hot divine versus arcane divide, especially within Vasselheim, is that corrupted could mean a lot of things. Like, corrupted isn't as straightforward as you might like. I don't think it's as straightforward as maybe it would be used in real life. I think corrupted, given the source of the info and the locale, Vasselheim, could just mean arcane related. Like, it could just mean distinctly non divine. Now, all of the bodies at the top might have also done it. You know, that could have also corrupted it. But I think this could matter in directing us towards a certain conclusions. Vord, Highbearer? Is it Highbearer? Highbearer? Highbearer. Highbearer. Vord. Says that they don't utilize any non-divine teleportation. This could have been an offhand remark, but I do think that it could connect to all of this. I think everything taken together all indicates that it was going to be some sort of portal. Whether to another plane or another or another location in the material plane. I think that's potentially why it needed to be corrupted. Have you said what the plan is? Yeah, permanent full episodes. No half episodes, no more. Potentially Wednesday, potentially not. We're gonna have to see. What Osisa said was, I can see the snowy north of Tal'Dorei, the castle, beneath one of our corrupted temples. Beneath one of our corrupted temples, forgotten long ago. Yeah. So I guess technically, it, Osisa may not have been as direct. She referenced a snowy north of Tal'Dorei and a corrupted temple beneath a castle. But I will put my bottom dollar that I'm fucking right. I mean, this after they asked her about Whitestone. This is after they asked her about Whitestone, to be fair. That's what I'm saying. But you do make a good point that she could be talking about something else. She could be. But I think I'm fucking right. So we got a little bit of that. I also need to make one for High Bearer Vord. Bup. Okay. But we're gonna keep going. So I also want to make one for Osisa. Osisa. Boop. Bang. Now, this is the Sphinx that lives in the temple to Ayun, also referred to as a ziggurat in the past. Beneath the Slayer's take. Oh, beneath the Slayer's take in Vasselheim. Right. Flip. Has a mate that is the keeper, or is a, not the, is a keeper of hidden knowledge and lives in Taldore. How do I spell Taldore? Regions. There's a little apostrophe in there. And then bloop, bloop. And there we go. Meg has more in-depth notes here than I do in my custom world. Well, I'm doing it for content. So it makes sense. Do you have an article for Ayun? I don't. That's a good point. Because I do have a gods area that I could put her. Goddess of knowledge. Knowledge. Okay. Now, the vestiges of divergence. We can put these into... Ooh, what do we even put into these? Events, factions, gods, guests... Maybe legends? Legends/mythology. Maybe traditions and cultural events. I think I'm actually going to do that one. Traditions. Traditions. I'm going to say traditions, cultural events, and mythologies. My notes used to be in this depth, and then I got burnt out. Yeah. You can create a new one and place them. Yeah, exactly. Reductions had to take place after that. Yeah. Guess Ayun is the namesake of the Ayun stones? Yeah, probably. Which I guess makes sense. She's sort of Mistra-esque, it seems like, which I only really know about Mistra because of PG3, honestly. All right. The vestiges of divergence. Weapons wielded when gods walked along with their creations. All right. Carved, created during the first and second era. Weapons of great power. Some gifted, and or I think it's most. I'm gonna say most. Most gifted and or created directly by the gods. Yeah, there we go. What gods do you have note pages for? Not very many. Pelor. And now Ayun. Mistra and Netheril. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Okay. Old relics of the War of Divergence before the penance, the second spark. Most are gone. But some remain. Let's see. She's trying to discourage. Oh, that's where the partner resides. Wait. I'm gonna just call him Osisa's partner. Because it's gotta be a thing, right? Has a mate. We're just gonna do Osisa's partner. We'll rename it later. Or I guess I'll call him Osisa's mate at this point. Boop. Osisa's mate resides south of the Frostweald. South of the Frostweald. But back to Osisa. Keeper of hidden knowledge. Has a mate. Osisa's mate. Good job, Ayun. You get a cookie. Keeper of hidden knowledge. Lives in Taldore. There we go. Okie dokie. Osisa. Okay. This is back into the Chroma Conclave. Destroyed Draconia. Destroyed Draconia. Just straight up. And I don't really think Draconia is going to matter all that much more in the future. I could be totally fucking wrong about that, but I'm not gonna like make an article for it or anything. You could change it to has a Osisa's mate. Yeah. Do you want a spoiler-free map? Nah, not right now. Maybe later. Maybe later at some point. I did see the Taldore map that you put in there, Albie. I might take a look at it at some other point, but not at the moment. I don't know why I don't want to. And I can't explain it. But it feels wrong, and I'm gonna trust my gut. But I have no explanation. Zara brings up Rhyme Thing. They keep referring to most of the world being gone. Solid character work. Isilra. Okay, this is actually a new thing. So, locations, regions. So, Othanzia does like contain Vasselheim and whatever, but more broadly, there is Isilra, which contains Othanzia. Othanzia. Continent. That's how you change the links display. It would look like has a mate, but mate would be a link. Oh! Wait, let's see. Wait. Let's go back. Othanzia, Thordak, Osisa's mate. Shoop. So it'd be like that? That's just Isilra. Osisa's mate. Copy. Boop. Oh, that is... Okay, wait. Zoop. Oh, that's interesting. Cool. Osisa's mate. Neato Spaghetto. I didn't know about that. There isn't much details on there because most have spoilers. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I need it. I feel like I can get there without it. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, Isilra is the continent that contains Othanzia. Othanzia is a region of Isilra, which contains Vasselheim. It is unclear to me if Othanzia contains the Pyra or not. If the Pyra are, Othanzia, or if they're Isilra. I'm not entirely sure about that one. I'm gonna go with Othanzia, but it contains the Pyra. I don't think it'll matter too much. Let's see. Within the guest shots, Victor saw a nice... Oh, yeah. Man, I don't even know what to do about this note, about this event. You can put both of these guys in NPCs. So I guess this would probably be another NPC. This would be Ripley, which I don't believe we have yet. Yeah, we don't have one for Ripley. Doctor... I don't remember Ripley's first name. Is it... For some reason, I keep thinking Elizabeth. but I don't think that's right. Anna Ripley. Anna Ripley. Was a collaborator with Briarwood, with House Briarwood. Looks to be attempting to recreate slash reinvent slash copy Percy guns. Stopped by and saw Victor, the gunpowder merchant in Vasselheim. So we know she's on the move. She's on the move big time. Can confirm Percy has said her full name previously. I definitely knew that. I couldn't remember what it was. But I did remember her having like a very distinct first name. And this is speculation. Speculation. I'm not sure. Theory, I guess. Theory. At least someone did, and it seemed to match, and it seems the most likely culprit was Ripley. That I got to assume. It might be a fake out, but that would be wild if it wasn't her. Alrighty. Next we have High Bearer Void. High Bearer Void. Boop. Alright. Long brown hair, all of this shit. Boop. Head of the Platinum Sanctuary. A theory on solid foundations. Yeah, exactly. It would be an active subversion if it wasn't her. I'm gonna write this. I'm gonna put this in the Chroma Conclave note, just so that it's captured. Damn it! Just so that it's captured somewhere. I don't know that it's quite so important, but I love that Meg is just creating the CR wiki, creating an alternative history wiki. Let's see. The Penance. This, I'm going to put this in traditions, cultural events, and mythologies. Oh, wait, no, I've already got it in events. I'm going to put it into traditions, cultural, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Maybe some manner of calamity. That slew the children of the dark. In reference to the vestiges of divergence. I'm going to put that in the vestiges article from High Bear Void. But not a lot of knowledge being available from back end. Okay. So the penance, I think we have to kind of start from the divergence. I think we have to start after the divergence. It's sort of separated. Okay. I'm going to put all of that in there. They taught mortals magic. Okay. Or actually, maybe not. Pieced out, warning about the dangers of the arcane. Actually, maybe this deserves to go in divergence. So, after the divergence, which is also... Oh, is that not spelled right? Divergence. Oh, also the vestiges of divergence. Didn't even notice that. Absolutely did not clock that similarity right there. Okay, well. Okay, so we're gonna say after the first war. Wait. This is sort of civil war. Primordial Titans. In the first war. Yeah. Okay. Yep, I'm just gonna call that the first war. Boop. Essentially from these Titans. And then before that is I'm gonna call it prehistory. So we're gonna call it prehistory Vord version. You know, we're gonna even call this wait. We're gonna call this Vordian prehistory. Vordian prehistory. So I'm gonna say that this is before the First War. During the time of the Zuzuzu, and then that, and then that. And then we're going to also call this Vordian First War. Because we have to come up with an indicator that this is, you know, potentially a biased accounting. So, let's see. Vestiges of Divergence, Vordian. We're gonna call this Vordian belief. And you know what? Honestly, man, should I call it a Vordian belief or should I call what would be a follower of the Platinum Dragon? A Baha head? Bahama head? A Bahama, I don't know. Could just note that it was Vord's assertion, so each account doesn't need its own file. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna call this a Vordian belief. Zera is from Osisa. What was? Weapons wielded when gods walked along with their creations? You're right. Osisan, Vordian. This is generic, I think. So then we can go back to the Divergence. And yeah, so we don't need Vordian prehistory or Vordian First War. We just have First War. And we can put under here Vordian account. And we'll do a hashtag Vordian. Boop. Hi there, OBS. Oh, did OBS say something? Yeah. This is perfect. They're like weapons that survive. Vestiges, you might say. Survived what? The War of Divergence. Now, what should we call them? Let's see. Vordian is and is Boop. And then First War, Penance. And this is yeah. So it's after the Divergence. This is Vordian. This is also Vordian. Zhup. Okay. And then we have prehistory. This is also Vordian. There we go. It's a little bit more work, but I think it'll be less work long term. Okay. So we have prehistory. Oh, God. No. So we have prehistory. Leads into First War. After prehistory. Then First War leads into Divergence. Divergence leads into is oh wait, what? Civil War. Divergence. Okay. So this is Divergence. Wait. So first war is Divergence slash Second War. Okay. Most cities fell. Also, the gods thought they'd gotten so now we transition into penance. Penance. Okay. So then these are Vordian. Perfect. Okay, I think we got everything. Very cool. Very nice. Okay. I don't feel strongly enough about this to feel like it's important to write down. None of that. None of that. Groon. Groon knows of 2 vestiges. All right, we're going to lock these into items. New note. No. Stop it. There we go. Knows of 2 vestiges. The Titan Stone Knuckles. Titan Stone Knuckles. Gift from Cord, and I'm gonna make a thing for Cord. Cord goes into gods. God of combat. I think. I'm not gonna put too much effort into that. Stolen 200 years ago. Stolen 200 years ago. Info from what is it? What is he? Titanbreaker Groon? No, that's not right. What the fuck is his name? It's Groon something. Stonebreaker Groon? Titan Keeper Groon. Earthbreaker. Thank you very much. Earthbreaker Groon. Okay. From Earthbreaker Groon. Boop. Monk of Cord. Sort of a mentor-ish type, not persona. What's it? Sort of a mentor-ish type relation to Grog. Oh, what? Wait, what? Whoa, why did we disconnect? Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what that was. I have no idea what that was. I don't see any sort of indication as to why that might have happened. Because I got a notification on it. Weird. That's what you were reacting to. I see. What the hell? What's going on? I mean, my fucking CPU usage is rock bottom. Memory usage is not super high. I'm not like dropping frames. That was weird. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what that was. Okay, we need to get a new folder in NPCs. I'm going to call them apparent allies. And we're going to go new folder, apparent enemies. Who the fuck was Brom Goldhand? Died during the invasion of Amon, originally on the council. Oh, okay. Cassandra, apparent ally. Delilah, Dr. Anna Ripley. Drake Thunderbrand. Dresvina. Oh, he's like kind of neutral. Apparent neutral. Earthbaker Groon. Gilmore. High Bear Vord is kind of neutral. Jamon. Apparent neutral. Jekt. Who the fuck is this guy? Wait, who the fuck is this guy? I did not write down anything useful for myself on who the fuck this dude is. Wait. Open local graph. Oh, he's the butler. That's right. He's the butler. Butler. Eskel. That's so fucking funny, dude. Jack seems totally chill, dude. He seems totally chill. I think he's Rendarion's butler, yeah. Jack is the guy who plays blitzball. Yeah, he plays blaseball. Merton. Apparent. I'm gonna put them on neutral. Noya. Total rando. Oh yeah, she was a total rando. I mean, she saved them, so I'm gonna put her in allies. Osisa is a parent ally. Osisa's mate is neutral, I would say. Rayshawn is definitely enemy. Eskel is an apparent ally. Rhymefang is an enemy. Riskel is an enemy. Salda is an ally. Seeker assumes an ally. Shen? Ooh, apparent enemy. Silas. Sky Sunder was an apparent enemy. Smokey? You know what? This might be controversial. I'm going to clock Smokey as apparent neutral. Because there was like a relationship there. You know? We just had different priorities. Thordak is an enemy. Umbrasil. Uriel's an ally. Vanessa, I'm going to go neutral. Vecna, enemy. Vorugal, enemy. There we go. Much, much cleaner. Vague notes are the best because of times like that. Did you just put him into apparent enemies? I don't think so, did I? Oh, no. No, I put him into allies. Ject. All right. I'm feeling good. Let's see if there's anything on the graph that I don't like remember standing out that does stand out at this time and place, you know? Let's see. Brimscythe, still very connected. Allura, more connected than you might, you know. More connected than some others, you know. Not saying any, you know, not drawing any suspicion necessarily, but also Winter's Crest in Westrun is very connected. The Clasp, Realmseer, Eskel Rindarian, Whitestone, Briarwood, that all makes sense. Grog, very connected, interestingly enough. Slayer's Take is not too connected, but very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, I love this little chain of historical shit. You know, there are some that are kind of out there. Okay. Ooh, vestiges. Wait. We should definitely have these have some stuff. Okay. Some were created during the. I'm just gonna say the first war and the second war, even though I think it was a little bit more. What do you call it? Not fluffy. A little more vague than that, but and the Divergence, because they should definitely be together. Oh, also, I should list fucking Titanstone Knuckles. Oh, I also didn't do the Raven Guard shit. Okay. One of the Vestiges of Divergence. And then we also had the where it's like the last thing on the list. Like one of the very last things. There we go. Boop. Oh wait, no, what? There we go. Boop. Deathwalker's Ward. Booch. And chink. And there we go. One of the Vestiges of Divergence. Also related to the Raven Queen, which I'm going to pop in Gods. And I'm just going to head this one off at the pass. You know, if she doesn't meet the technical definition of a god, don't come fucking at me. You know, and you know what I'll do just to Change this to deities. Maybe that's more. Maybe that's better or worse. I don't know. But don't come after me if the Raven Queen isn't technically a god. She's ostensibly being worshipped as one. Oh, what is this? Death Walker's War. There it is. Okay. All right. So did we work those in? Osisa doesn't have one? Wait, what? Oh, did I mention her twice and misspell her name one of the times? Yes, I did. Osisa. There we go. No more Osisa. No more home. Okay, everything is connected. Everything's connected. I don't know how different gods are to deities, but fair enough. Yeah, exactly. I don't know either. Dude. Okay. Sick nasty. Well, I think that'll be it for our time here today. Thank you so much for spending it with me. I appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow for something. I'm not sure what yet. Very Daggerheart will be soon. And more Critical Role soon. And that's all. Goodbye, everyone.